Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Yulia Chorna. It's been a very, very long time. I haven't seen you since June, probably, when we had our last workshop. Before we actually move on to this event, I can see many people are joining us, and we have more than 1,500 registrations. So probably teachers will be coming and leaving because I know some of you have already started their schools. At least some Ukrainian universities and colleges are already working. So please let me know where you are watching us from today, because I can see some familiar faces, a lot of familiar names, not only from Ukraine. And really, it's very touching that you could join us today for this event that we are holding for the fourth time already. So the first Great Teacher Talks were held in 2022 in April, as the war in Ukraine began, and we wanted to support our teachers. And it has become a good tradition to meet you all in August before the school year starts. Cool. And we've met in 2022, 23, and it's already 24. And I'm very happy and excited that more and more teachers join our community and join our event every August. All right. So I can see many people from Ukraine, Lutsk, Kyiv, Uman, so many messages in the chat box. Borshiv. Okay, this is Ternopil region where I'm from. It's nice to see some people from my motherland. Okay. Serbia, wow, cool. It's really great because this was a very exciting year. We've been traveling to different countries like Serbia, Lithuania, Albania, and we made new friends in Poland and other countries. And I'm really happy that these friendships grow, and our event has become a truly international event. All right. So before we actually move on, if you have any trouble with Zoom, you can see the phone numbers. This is for Ukrainian teachers, and you can call us, and our managers will help you to solve the problem with joining the event. And also there is the email. If you have any trouble joining the event, please email us at ttc@great.ua. Of course, all participants will receive a recording of today's sessions and a certificate to acknowledge your commitment to professional development. I promise to do this all tomorrow because the event is quite long in duration, and we will finish in the evening. So tomorrow morning, I will arrange everything and the recording and your certificates, and you will get the email, and then you will have to go to your personal account because all of you have registered on our website, and you will be able to download your certificate there. And actually, good afternoon, dear colleagues, and welcome to Great Teacher Talks, Teachspiration 2024. I'm delighted to be your host for today's event, where we come together to find inspiration as we gear up a new academic year. Whether you are joining us from your classroom, home, or even on the go, we are thrilled to have you here today. Teachspiration is more than just a conference. It's a source of energy and fresh ideas that will fuel your passion for teaching throughout the year. And today we will be sharing innovative approaches and proven techniques that we at Great have successfully implemented in our own classrooms. And we are eager to pass this on to you. You will also discover exciting new opportunities for your own professional growth, brought to you by Great. As we start the journey together, I encourage you to make the most of this experience, ask questions, share your thoughts in the chat, and most importantly, soak up all the inspiration that this event has to offer. So without further ado, Let's dive into the world of Teachspiration and get ready to start the new school year with renewed enthusiasm and fresh perspectives. So welcome once again, and let's get started. So what do we have on our plate today? There are going to be 4 sessions. The first one is starting in just a moment, which is mine, and we will talk about motivating teachers. And I believe the teachers don't need to be motivated. The next session will be about clarifying difficult concepts and memorizing techniques for your students. Then we will switch to CLIL, a nice session by Yulia Pronina. And the last session is going to be the longest one because it will consist of 3 parts. And we have 3 new wonderful speakers that will share their tips on how to make a coursebook lesson an exciting journey. So, are you ready to start?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yes,
Okay, good. So people are still joining, but I will be starting now. I will just ask you to mute yourselves, so because the sessions are recorded, and the people who cannot join us today, they will watch the video, and we will like to provide them with a high quality recording too. And probably you will want to watch the video again. So please, if you are in the noisy surrounding, mute yourselves so that we can have a nice recording. All right. So teachers don't need to be motivated. To kick off the session today, I would like to start with the provocative question. Do teachers really need to be motivated? I'm going to launch a quick poll. So please type yes if you think teachers need external motivation, or no if you believe motivation is intrinsic. Take a moment to reflect on your own experiences and share your views. It's of paramount importance. Yes, sure, definitely, yes. Okay. Okay. Definitely, yes. Some people say no. Okay. Of course. Okay, so the majority of you decided that yes, teachers need to be motivated. Thank you for your responses. It's fascinating to see where everyone stands. And let me share a story that might resonate with some of you. A colleague of mine once told me she doesn't need to be motivated. She believed that her passion for teaching was enough to drive her forward. However, despite her enthusiasm, she faced significant challenges, such as long hours, administrative burdens, and the constant need to adapt her teaching methods to meet diverse student needs. Her story is a powerful reminder that even the most passionate teachers can encounter barriers that affect their motivation and professional growth. For example, many of us struggle with feeling overwhelmed by the demands of the job, balancing personal and professional responsibilities, or dealing with a lack of resources. So today, we are going to explore these challenges more deeply, understand why motivation can wane, and discuss how schools can effectively support their staff. So let's get started. To start, let's define what we mean by teacher motivation. I would like you to take a moment, like a minute or two, and type in the chat your thoughts on this statement. Teacher motivation is. Feel free to share your own definitions or how you understand it. Teacher motivation is. Desire to teach, great results of students, happy students, support from community, student success, thankful students, power to teach, money. Okay. helping to achieve students' goals, smiles and attention from students, desire to discover, study, share, okay, high salary, need to be self-actualized, cool. Experiences, successful and skillful students, okay. Let's wait for some more ideas. Teacher motivation is development of personal skills, okay. Motivation to go on as a teacher. Feeling that your job is valued. Wow, it's interesting too. Engine for work. Cool. Desire to learn something new. I really love it. CPD, okay. Job satisfaction. All right. So thank you for your contributions. Here are some quotes that I found on the internet and different resources that reflect different perspectives on teacher motivation. So it's internal state which activates and guides your behavior. Yes, it's desire to teach and your interpersonal style. Yeah. And it's the motivation to remain in the profession. That's what some of you mentioned too, and the motivation to teach and the motivation to remain in the profession too. So these quotes, they highlight that teacher motivation is a multifaceted concept. It encompasses personal enthusiasm, job satisfaction, and the ability to inspire and engage students, of course. So let's dive into the complexities of teacher motivation. So even the most passionate teachers can face challenges that influence their motivation. So here is a closer look at some common barriers and how they affect you. I think many of you will agree that the main challenge is often our workload, which is lesson planning, grading, administrative tasks. Yeah, because crafting engaging detailed lesson plans for students with different needs is time consuming. And you might spend hours preparing materials for different abilities, especially if you are a private tutor, for example, and you tailor lessons for each student, it's quite difficult. The never-ending cycle of grading assignments can be really overwhelming. So you've likely spent weekends marking papers only to feel like you are making a little progress. That's what I actually often see when I visit my mom, because she's also a teacher, and her evenings and weekends, they usually consist of grading papers. Paperwork and meetings, they can cut into your teaching and development time. And as a private tutor, for example, handling your own scheduling, billing, and records adds to your workload. The next challenge that we often meet as teachers is lack of resources. And many of you struggle with outdated textbooks and limited digital tools. So for example, if you try to use new technology in your lessons without the right equipment, it can be really frustrating. I'm talking about the schools which are in remote areas, for example, or some small schools, or even in some public schools. We don't always have the resources that we need to conduct our lessons and the materials that we need to teach our students because of different reasons. The next challenge is professional isolation. So it's about collaboration with your colleagues and support networks. So working alone, especially in smaller schools or as a private tutor, can leave you feeling disconnected. Or even if you work in a public school, some teachers have the same feeling. So the lack of opportunities to share ideas or strategies with your peers can lead to isolation. Without a strong professional network, you might miss out on some valuable feedback. Imagine trying to solve classroom challenges without colleagues to consult. It's really difficult. Sometimes, and I think you will agree, that the society, the school administration, and the parents and the clients, if we talk about tutors, they have some unrealistic expectations. And facing these unrealistic demands for high student performance can also be stressful. So whether in the government school or as a private tutor, pressure to deliver results quickly can be overwhelming. Dealing with expectations that don't align with classroom realities can be discouraging too. So criticism from parents or clients who don't understand teaching challenges adds to your stress. The next point is emotional and mental health. Teachers often suffer from stress and burnout, and high workloads and challenging environments can lead to this. So dealing with disruptive behavior or managing multiple students can take a toll on your well-being. The same is work-life balance. Struggling to balance work with personal life can affect your motivation. For Ukrainian teachers, we have an additional challenge, which is war-life balance, yes? Because of the ongoing war, it makes this even harder, impacting your ability to maintain enthusiasm. And I truly consider that Ukrainian teachers are real heroes. The next point is inadequate recognition, which is lack of appreciation, lack of career growth, and lack of training opportunities. So if you don't receive acknowledgement for your hard work, this can be really frustrating. If your innovative lesson plans or extra hours go unnoticed, it can feel undervalued. Without clear paths for advancement, you might feel stuck, and the lack of opportunities for promotion or professional development can lead to feelings of stagnation. If you lack access to relevant training, staying updated with new educational methods can be challenging. Without quality training, you might feel left behind in your professional growth. So now that we have explored some of the common barriers to teacher motivation, it's time to hear from you directly, and I would like you to get I would like to get your feedback on what you find most challenging in your own teaching experience, and if the factors that I've already mentioned resonate with you. So I will launch the Mentimeter now. You will have to scan the QR code and do a small task where you will have to rank the factors in order of how they affect your motivation the most. Let's give you some time, like probably 1 minute to do the task. Can you join the Mentimeter? Yes, okay, great. Oh, okay, so you can see now. Cool. Mm-hmm. Okay, great. So the results are quite surprising. So the first factor, according to you, is emotional and mental health, which is quite surprising for me. I didn't think it's going to be the first one. Okay. The second is workload. Then goes unrealistic expectation, then professional isolation, lack of career opportunities and growth, and lack of resources. All right. Thank you very much for sharing your results. Let me go back. How shall I? Okay. Yeah. So Actually, the poll results, they highlight these diverse and profound challenges that you face in your teaching roles. And understanding these barriers is the first step toward finding solutions and improving motivation. So let's keep these insights in mind. And as we continue our discussion and explore potential strategies to address these issues. So let's revisit the title of my presentation, which is Teachers Don't Need to Be Motivated. At first glance, this might sound counterintuitive, and of course, motivation is often viewed as a crucial element in effective teaching. But what if I told you that teachers might not need additional motivation, but rather a better environment to thrive in? So the core message behind this title is that teachers are inherently motivated because you come into the profession with a deep passion for teaching and a commitment to your students. What you often need isn't external motivation, but rather the supportive and enabling environment that allows your natural motivation to flourish. Imagine this. Teachers are like seeds. They have the potential to grow and bloom. However, if they are planted in poor soil or exposed to harsh conditions, their growth will be stunted. The same applies to teachers. If they are faced with overwhelming workloads, a lack of resources, or isolation, their intrinsic motivation can be overshadowed by these external factors. So with this understanding, let's transition to the key issues that we have discussed today and explore how addressing these problems can support the natural motivation that teachers already possess. So here is how we are going to do this. This is the matching activity. So we have solutions which are from A to G, and we have problems which are from 1 to 7. So your task is to read the solutions and match them to the problems. And I will give you, let's say, 5 minutes for this task. And as you do that, type your answers in the chat box, like, for example, 1A, 2B, 3D, and so on, okay? So matching activity, match the solutions to the problems and type your answers in the chat box. And then we are going to discuss. Mm-hmm. So we have 3 more minutes left. Do we have any fast finishers? All right, so answers are coming. Mm-hmm. Two more minutes so that everyone could do it. I can see so many diligent teachers here with coming with correct answers. All right, so I think I should start commenting on them right now. All right, so I will pick up one problem, tell you the solution, and give you the example of how we do it at Great Education Center and explain why it works. And if you have any questions, we will leave them for the Q&A at the end of my session, okay? So the first problem is workload. And if you chose to implement lesson planning tools and templates, encourage collaboration among teachers, and adopt online grading tools and automate administrative tasks, which is G, your answer is correct. And now the example from grade. So what we have is shared lesson plans that we can use, that many teachers can use many times by different teachers, but we can, of course, adjust them if needed. On our website, we also have created personal accounts, both for teachers and students. And now such things as testing, assigning tasks, scheduling, and billing hours have become automated, which is really, really cool and saves a lot of time and reduces stress and allows teachers to focus more on teaching, improving efficiency and accuracy in routine tasks. Let's move on to number 2. This problem was lack of resources. And if you've chosen invest in updated teaching materials and technology, provide access to educational resources and platforms, which is F, your answer is correct. So what do we do at Grade? For example, our teachers have a Telegram group, which is called Grade Teachers Room, where they share their ideas and resources on daily basis. And there we also look for substitution teachers, because someone, for example, can get sick or whatever happens. And of course, we crack jokes there and communicate. So all our teachers, they also have access to Google Drive with all the course books, audios, and videos they need for their lessons. And they can access it at any time. And we also provide corporate access to all popular online platforms like Quizlet, Pearson, and others. And if there are any great teachers here, they can prove that what I'm saying is true. We have the same in our school. That's really nice. So the solution is fight for this and ask your schools not to invest in these resources, because it's also really helpful. All right. Let's move on to number 3. We have a problem, professional isolation, right? And the solution here is to foster the collaborative environment with regular meetings and professional development, facilitate mentorship and feedback opportunities. So, for example, at Grade, every month our teachers have a PDD, which is Professional Development Day. It's usually held online. And one of the colleagues or some of the colleagues or teacher trainers, they prepare a workshop on a specific topic, and we learn about different aspects of teaching, tools and techniques to use in our classes. This is a practice, and actually all our teacher trainers which deliver such courses as TKT, for example, SALTA and Delta, they go through this because it's also the teacher training practice. You not only share your ideas, but you also learn how to become a teacher trainer. And some of the speakers today, they have already gone through these procedures, and they will deliver sessions that have already been delivered to great teachers. So what we share with our teachers, we share with you too. So also great, every new teacher has a mentor or a supervisor and a professional development plan. So we also practice lesson observations, and we learn and teach how to give feedback for growth, right? Why it works? Because it promotes idea exchange, support, and a stronger sense of community, And also it helps address common challenges more effectively. Let's move on to the next one, which is unrealistic expectations. And the solution here is to set achievable goals and provide necessary support, communicate openly about expectations. So at grade, we set goals and help achieving them together with our teachers. And if, for example, our teacher wants to prepare for the CELTA course, because some new teachers may not have this qualification. So we have a CELTA preparation course, which is the internal preparation developed by great teacher trainers. And many teachers at grade go through this preparation before actually taking the CELTA course. So if someone needs some specific resources for their lessons, we provide them. We also discuss the workload, and we have limited numbers of students in groups, which is also really nice. And all our students, they are tested for English proficiency before they start any course. And we also organize meetings with parents where we discuss and talk about expectations and realities. And we provide feedback on the child's performance after each module. So it really works because it ensures that teachers feel valued and supported, and it reduces stress and helps meet realistic goals. As for the parents, this aligns parent and teacher expectations, fostering a supportive environment. So, for example, last week we already had meetings with parents for new students, and we usually discuss hot topics on these meetings, and we answer all the questions that parents might have about the studies of their children. All right, emotional and mental health. So the solution here is to promote wellness programs and counseling services and encourage self-care and create supporting environment. You actually, as a school, you don't need so much financial resources here. That's what you can do even with the resources that you have at your school. Like the main thing you need here is the desire. For example, if you work for a government school, there is a psychologist in your school. In our school, there is a psychologist too, and once a month we have sessions with our psychologist where we discuss some burning issues. Like, for example, the last two meetings were about multitasking. Then we had a session on effective communication between colleagues, and sometimes we do yoga together. Sometimes we play some games together. And it really improves job satisfaction and reduces burnout and contributes to a healthier work environment and stronger team cohesion. Let's move on to work-life balance. So the solution here is to offer flexible working arrangements and support for work-life balance. Our example is first of all, it's important to know about your teacher's family situation. For example, we ask our teachers what they want or need to do their work effectively. We have a program where we plan our holidays or we offer sick leaves. And also there are teachers' rooms where they can prepare for classes, or a kitchen where they can have coffee or a lunch. It helps teachers to maintain enthusiasm and effectiveness, and of course, flexibility and personal space encourage a positive and balanced work environment. And the last, but I think not least problem, but the last to be discussed today, is the lack of growth and training opportunities. And the solution here is to develop clear career paths and offer professional development, provide opportunities for additional responsibilities and growth. What do we do at grade? We plan our growth and development together with a mentor, if I'm talking about the teacher. Also, our teachers can switch from teaching to marketing, for example. And if you are subscribed to our Instagram or Facebook or TikTok, you've already seen that some teachers there. our teachers can become course authors or teacher trainers. So we invest in professional development of our teachers, and we have created partnership programs for other schools who would like to implement our models. And that's actually what I'm going to be talking about later in my session. So why it works? This approach retains talented teachers, aligns personal goals and school objectives, and keeps teachers current with educational innovations. So now that we have discussed the importance of nurturing a supportive environment for teachers to thrive, let's explore how we at GRADE have developed specific partnership programs designed to address these very challenges. So our partnership programs are directly aligned with the issues that we have just discussed. They aim to ease the pressures on teachers by providing you with the tools, resources, and support that you need to focus on what you do best. It's teaching, of course. We understand that each school and teacher has unique needs, which is why our programs are designed with flexibility in mind. And this isn't just about theory. These programs have been successfully implemented in various schools, helping teachers to access up-to-date resources, foster a more collaborative and supportive teaching environment, and of course, grow. So before we glimpse into our professional development programs that are designed to support you in a flexible and accessible manner, I would like you to let me know in the chat box whether you are a teacher, teacher trainer, a school owner, a school administrator, or a private tutor, or any other things that you do, or maybe you are just attending the conference. Teacher, tutor, okay. Private tutor, good. School owner, wow. University lecturers we have here, okay. Teacher trainer, good. Oh yeah, many teachers who are teachers, they are also private tutors. That's actually the paradigm in Ukraine, at least, because I know all teachers who work for public schools, they finish their lessons at school and then they start another story in the afternoon during tutoring, lecturer. Okay, great. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for sharing. All right. So who can become our partner? So actually anyone, because if, for example, you work for a primary, a secondary, or a high school, a private or a public school, you can become our partner. If you work for a college or university or some other institution of higher education, and you look how to enhance your teaching staff skills or teaching standards, you can become our partner. If you, for example, work for the institution offering language courses, and you look for how to integrate advanced teacher training at your school, you can become our partner. Any organization actually involved in education, where teachers in language education, where teachers are focused on improving their expertise and teaching practice, can become our partner. And if you work or belong to any of those, listen carefully now. So you have probably heard about GRADE University, which is our online self-study platform with online courses and teaching credentials that we have launched in 2022. And this program provides access to a range of courses and teaching credentials on a GRADE University platform. So these courses are crafted to equip you with the latest teaching techniques, instructional strategies, and classroom management skills, all crucial for delivering exceptional educational experiences. You have the flexibility to tailor these teacher education programs to your institution's specific needs and goals. And this means that you can select courses that align with your educational philosophy and address the unique challenges you face. For example, if your school specializes on, for example, IELTS preparation, you can implement our courses into professional development of your teachers, because we now have almost all courses on IELTS preparation, including almost all skills, and hopefully by the end of September there will be 5 of them, and you will be able to implement them into your teacher training. So this program, this partnership program, is delivered through the online platform. This allows teachers to engage in professional development at their own pace and convenience. And this flexibility is perfect for accommodating our busy schedules. So, for example, if you work for the online school where there are hundreds of teachers or dozens of teachers, this partnership program is perfect for your school because each teacher can have their own professional development story here with this platform and with this program. As a school owner, you just have to initiate it and become our partner. And of course, you will receive a lot of benefits. So beyond the training courses, you will have access to different resources to support your continuous growth, the continuous growth of your team. And you will not only be learning, but also applying this knowledge effectively in your teaching practices. And of course, we offer objective testing and certificates that are recognized worldwide. And this program provides more independence for your teachers because they choose what courses to complete. Or for example, if you have mentorship programs in your school, the teacher together with the mentor can decide which courses to complete on our platform. So how does this work? Actually, this is very simple because the more courses you or your colleagues complete, the more benefits you receive. This program offers different levels. There are 3 of them, from basic to premium. And of course, each level offers different benefits, such as badges, digital badges like certificates, discounts, and more. And if you are looking to start with a few courses or fully immerse yourself in the program, so there is an option that fits your needs. If you're interested in becoming partners with great university and start using the benefits of the program today, you can scan the QR code that will take you to the partnership page at Great University, and you can leave the application there. Just write, I want to be a partner. And then our managers will contact you and provide you with more information about this partnership program. It's absolutely free. You don't need to pay for it. And just get all the information from our managers. All right. So the very, very fresh program, which is a direct response to your frequent requests that we receive from schools who look for more flexible and accessible professional development options, was developed before actually this summer. It's on-demand training sessions. This is a brand new offering. It's designed to meet the evolving needs of teachers, and it provides a unique opportunity for you to engage in high quality training. So it makes professional growth more accessible and convenient for your team than ever. Wow, great idea. I agree with you, Tatiana, and I'm very happy that we did it already. So we have developed this program in response to numerous requests from schools for more personalized and flexible training options. So now you can choose sessions that align perfectly with your professional interest and teaching goals. Each training session is conducted by internationally qualified experts who bring the wealth of experience and practical insights. So their guidance ensures that you gain valuable skills and knowledge that are immediately applicable in your classroom. And now you don't need to wait for our scheduled workshops with Andriy Pigarev, Lydia Simak, or any other favorite teacher training from grade. You can invite our experts to your school. So choose from the wide range of topics which address specific challenges and interests. And if you're looking to enhance classroom management, explore new teaching methodologies, or improve your skills in some area, there is something for you. Our catalog covers dozens of hot topics that you can choose from. And of course, you get exclusive benefits. By participating in these sessions, your school will enjoy benefits like personalized consultations, discounts on future training, including courses by grade like TKT and others, conferences, and certification that recognizes your commitment to professional excellence, and many more. How to join. Okay, this is the topic of my following slides. Okay, before I tell you how to join this program, I would like to share some inspiring success stories from some of our biggest partners, the most active ones who have experienced the remarkable benefits from our programs. And these are First Kyiv courses of foreign languages, Ivano-Frankivsk, Lucky English, Fluency Lab, Raccoon School, Polyglot, Savvy English School, TESOL Ukraine. These are all our partners, and we have many more partners who have already experienced great university for schools and on-demand training sessions. So these are small and big institutions, and some of them have only 3 or 4 teachers. Others have dozens of teachers. What matters here is that in every case, these schools have supportive directors and owners who are dedicated to creating a supporting environment for their teachers. So these leaders understand the importance of professional development, and they are committed to motivating and supporting their staff. So they are the examples of supportive leadership, and they foster growth, innovation, and positive teaching culture, ensuring that teachers feel valued and empowered to continuously enhance their skills and effectiveness in the classroom. And I hope, so no matter where you work, that one day your school and your teachers and you yourself can become our partner and can become a member of our partners' family too. So how to join? I encourage all of you to share these exciting opportunities provided by our programs with your schools. So if your institution is small or large, it doesn't matter. The benefits of our initiatives can make a real difference. So to learn more and explore how these programs can support your professional development and enhance your school's teaching standards, simply scan the QR codes available. They will take you directly to our Instagram or Facebook, if you recognize the icons here. So one will take you to our Facebook and another one to Instagram. And send us the direct message with the word partnership in English, and you will automatically receive all the details you need to get started. So let's work together to bring these valuable resources to your schools and make lasting impact on your educational community. So to wrap up, let's do a quick interactive exercise. Type one word in the chat that represents how you feel about the support and resources you currently have for professional development. This could be something positive or something you feel needs improvement. Just one word, how you feel about the support and resources you currently have. Delighted, excited, inspiring. Okay. Excited. Quite satisfied. Good. Interested. Not enough time. Oh, yes, it's true. Excited, but a bit overloaded. Thank you. Thank you very much for, I need more. Thank you very much, guys, for sharing. So as we come to the end of my session today, I would like to take a moment to circle back to the story that I shared at the beginning. So my colleague who said she didn't need motivation was right in one way. Her passion was a driving force. But just like many of you, she faced challenges that could dampen even the most enthusiastic spirit. Reflecting on this, I want to emphasize that our goal isn't to find ways to motivate teachers from the outside. Instead, it's about creating environments where teachers' intrinsic motivation can thrive. Here is a thought. Picture a garden filled with vibrant, blooming flowers. They don't need to be constantly reminded to grow. They simply need the right conditions: sunlight, water, good soil. Similarly, teachers don't need constant external motivation. They need the right environment that supports and nurtures their growth. I encourage each of you to consider how you can contribute to such an environment in your own roles, whether you are a teacher, a trainer, or an administrator. Think about what steps you can take to address the challenges we've discussed today and how you can foster a supportive atmosphere that allows the natural motivation of educators to shine. And thank you very much for joining me today. I look forward to hearing from you on and continuing this important conversation. You can see my contacts, and if you are interested in partnership programs, you can write to me too, and we will schedule a meeting. Yes, thank you very much. Yes, and don't forget to go to our Instagram and Facebook. Yes, this is not the end of the conference. We still have 3 more sessions. Thank you very much for your feedback. All right. And actually, what am I going to do now is to introduce the next speaker of the conference. All right, let me find her because we need to arrange.
I'm here.
Okay.
Hi.
Okay, just a moment. I need to make you a co-host. Thank you very much. Okay. Make a co-host. Cool. All right. Thank you very much. So, have you ever experienced difficulties clarifying vocabulary? What are the factors that make a word difficult, both to remember and to teach? What can we do to help our students to remember words forever? Is it possible, actually? We are going to answer all of these questions and talk about practical techniques for clarification and memorizing, and meet our next speaker for today's conference and actually opening the methodological sessions for today. This is the general English teacher from Great Education Center, Anna Oleksiuk.
Yeah, hi. Hi, everybody. My name is Anna. Nice to see you all here today. So let's get started. Yeah, as you can see, we are going to talk about clarification of difficult concepts and memorizing techniques. If there are any questions during the session, please text them in the chat. And at the end, we will have 5 minutes to answer all the questions. I will also ask you to share the emotions, to give emojis, to write something in the chat. So let's get started. We will begin with something theoretical and we will finish with practical techniques. So the first question, have you ever experienced difficulties clarifying vocabulary? If yes, give a reaction, please. It seems like not. Okay, that's great. That means that you're lucky. Okay, I have, and many of my colleagues too, when we talk about difficult vocabulary, we usually talk about 4 groups. The first group is false friends. These are the words which are pronounced and written in the same way as in Ukrainian or in any other first language, but they have other meanings in English. The second group is true friends. These are the words which have the same meaning, both in English and in their first language. And there are 2 more groups, strangers and acquaintances. Let's start with acquaintances. These are the words that can be translated into English or into Ukrainian, but for some reasons, we cannot explain why, students usually have difficulties remembering them. And actually, we cannot say why. And the last group, these are words which don't exist either in English or in Ukrainian. Let's look at some examples of the words. I want you to match these 4 categories with 4 examples on the right. You can write your answers in the chat, please, but in one message. Yeah, good. A lot of correct answers. That's right. So the examples of false friends are in group D. The examples of true friends are in group C. Strangers are in group A. I want you to take a look at group A and see how easy these words seem, but actually they don't exist either. They don't exist in Ukrainian. And the last group is B. Do you have any ideas which group is the easiest to teach and to remember both? Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree. But there also will be some difficulties, and we are going to talk about them in a moment. Besides these 4 categories, there might be some other difficulties, both teaching and learning vocabulary. For example, grammar. Even if you teach grammar, even if you teach vocabulary, grammar might be a problem. I will give you 2 minutes to write in the chat other factors that might make some words difficult both to teach and to remember. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Oh yeah, students don't know the word in L1. Yeah, that's a good idea. We will have a nice technique what to do with that. Yeah, phrasal verbs, agree. Yeah, okay. Abstract nouns. Yes, good. You've got actually all of my ideas that we are going to talk about today. So there are 9 other categories which make some words difficult to teach and to remember. I want you to match the categories with their meaning. You will have 3 minutes for each slide. You can write your answers in the chat or just on a piece of paper. I think I gave you too much time. I can see a lot of correct answers. Yes, that's right. So the first 2 groups are actually connected because if spelling and pronunciation, if the spelling and pronunciation are very difficult, are very different, it makes the word difficult to remember. Okay. When we talk about pronunciation, we usually talk about silent letters. For example, island. Many students tend to make mistakes in these words. If the word is long, it is more difficult to remember. I saw one idea in the chat. One of the teachers texted as teenagers, as children say, it's too long to remember. And that's true. That might be a contributing factor. Okay. This is my favorite. If grammar forms are different in English and in Ukrainian, students just translate them. So it's very important to pay attention to grammar, even if you teach vocabulary. And of course, meaning. There are a lot of synonyms. And if they overlap in meaning, students might confuse them. Okay, nice. Let's go to the second part of difficulties. Match these categories with the explanations. Good, good. There are a lot of right answers. Okay, let's check them together. I agree, guys, with you that the first one is F. If the word is popular, of course, it's easier to remember because we repeat it all the time. We listen to it all the time. We can read it in any text. So that's why they are easier to remember. And less popular words are more difficult to remember. Connotation is the emotion of the word. Some words, even if you say them with neutral intonation, they will mean something negative, and others will mean something positive. And sometimes the words could have different connotations in different languages. And it makes teaching more challenging because we need to pay attention to this. We need to say that, look, this word in Ukrainian is negative, but in English is okay, it's neutral, or vice versa. A lot of teachers texted that idioms are difficult to remember, and I agree. But I would say that they are difficult to teach and to remember just without context. At the end, we are going to talk how we need to teach our students, what we can do as a lesson to help them to remember. And the last group, scientists don't know why, but nouns are more easily both to teach and to remember, but verbs and adverbs are more difficult. Nobody knows why, but it's just like it is as it is. So we cannot explain, we just need to live with this. Okay, let's get to some examples of these words that might create some problems. Match the examples with the groups. For example, pronunciation, this is group D because environment, but environmental. Necessary, but necessity. These words might be challenging for students to remember. Match all other groups, please. Good. Good. Yeah, you're right. Do you remember I was talking about silent letters? And all of these words, they have silent letters. Foreign, amount, muscle, climb, that. And of course, if we don't tell our students about that, they will not know. Okay, the next one is length and complicity. I think it was the easiest groups. It was the easiest group because these words are really difficult to remember. I remember when I was a student, it took me, I don't know, 100 years to remember some of them. As you can see, the grammar form of these words is different from Ukrainian. And that's why students might make mistakes with them. For example, afraid in English is an adjective, but in Ukrainian, there is a verb to express the same idea. To say that you agree with somebody in Ukrainian, you would use an adjective. And that's why our students put extra B here. There are some sentences in Ukrainian where we skip a verb. And that's why some students might say this. And of course, my favorite topic, articles, they don't exist in Ukrainian. And that's why it's extremely challenging for us as teachers to teach and for students to study about that. And meaning, when two words overlap in the meaning, it's challenging to remember them. And the examples are here. For example, make and do. How can we, in which case do we need to use do? In which case do we need to use make? Okay, good. And the rest of the challenges, you need to match them as well. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. This time the answers are different. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, a lot of different answers. So let's talk about that. I want to begin with the last group, abstract nouns, verbs, and adverbs. I think that directions, dimensions, environmental issues, some political terms, they are abstract because we cannot touch them. What is friendship? This is just relationship between people, but we cannot touch it, we cannot feel it. We can just understand it when we speak about that or when we feel that in our own lives. That's why abstract nouns are more difficult to teach and to study. That's why most of them we usually teach on higher levels, because our students need to have some background to understand what they mean. It's easy to teach what a pen is, but it's difficult to teach what environment is. The environment is. Okay, the idioms are in group H. And as I have mentioned before, without context, it's impossible to understand what it means. Let's talk about connotation. I told you that some words might be negative in Ukrainian, but positive in English, or vice versa, positive in Ukrainian, but negative in English. If we translate the word challenge, in Ukrainian, it would have a very negative meaning, something difficult that we need to overcome. But in English, it's just a word. It's not, I wouldn't say that it's positive. I would say that it's neutral. The same with selective and fussy. We need to know which word in which context we need to use. And eccentric in Ukrainian is negative, but in English it isn't. That's why connotation is group I. And we have just one group range. The more popular word is, the easier it is to remember. How often can you use the word put? Very often, in many phrases, in many cases. How often can you say go? Again, very often. But how often can you say implement? Usually when we talk about politics. How often can you read, not even say limp, Again, not very often. As you can understand, food, go are easier to remember and both to teach because your students see these words all the time. But all other synonyms, they are more difficult to teach and to remember because we use them rarely and we read them rarely and we rarely listen to them and so on. So I want you to take a look at these groups again and to choose top 3 which you think are the most challenging for you to teach, not to learn, but to teach at your classes. You need to choose 3. Okay. Okay, good. It seems like group 9 is the most challenging for most of us. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. For me personally, I think that spelling is one of the most challenging because it's very difficult to teach that. Your students need to practice because they need to remember it somehow. Then I agree that range, it's also difficult to teach. It's difficult to teach words like that, like that. I agree. And of course, idioms. But I have got my own strategies how I teach all of that stuff. And let's get talking about that. So we've talked about many problems that we might have at our classes. But what should we do when we teach? I'm going to talk about 9 practical techniques that I use every week in my classes, and they really work. The first one is mnemonic memorization. Have you ever heard of that, what that is? Okay. Some teachers, yeah, some teachers, no. Okay. So to make this difficult term easy, it's like something which you use to improve memory. When you need to remember the sequence of something, or when you need to recall the information, you might make some, my students call them life hacks. For example, if your students fail to recall the colors of rainbow in the correct order, you might create this, and they need to study just one word in order to remember all of them in the correct order. Here you can see the example with the planets. Your students need to study just one sentence, and they will remember the planets in the correct order. But, of course, the best mnemonic techniques are self-made. Here on the screen, you can see my own techniques, which I created for my students. I had a group, and they couldn't remember if we use much for countable or uncountable, and the same many. So I did this. Much has you. That's why we use it for uncountable. It seems simple, but it really helps our students if they fail to remember something. The same with some words which are almost the same, which is a man, which is a woman. Like I was trying to remember it myself, and I tried to make association with that. And I said that women usually get longer for a wedding. That's why their word is longer. And every time when I need to write or when I read the text, I usually remember just one sentence that they get longer for a wedding. So their word is longer. And it could also work with some words like sky. It's not stylish to have a sky on an eye, eye, sty. Style and I, sty together. If my students, of course, I cannot create all techniques myself because we are all different and we all have different ways of memorizing new words. So sometimes I give my students time when we study, for example, 10 new words. 3 of them will be the most challenging. I give my students some time, 2-3 minutes, to create their own mnemonic techniques in order to remember in their own way. Usually students cannot create techniques for all 3 words, but they do create for 1 or 2. And when they share their ideas, there are so many cool ideas. And it works both with adults, teenagers, and even kids, because they can create some really cool ideas. So it's time to think about your own techniques that you use to remember some challenging concepts. I want you to write them into the chat. I will give you 3 minutes because I know that it takes some time to remember them. So write your ideas in the chat, please. Cool. I really like your ideas. Mhm. Okay, cool. I really like the idea about afford. I can afford to buy a Ford. I think it's really cool. And I also like the idea that a t-shirt, yes, I agree. I also, when I was a student, I also remember the t-shirt like tea. And actually with a desert, I have got another mnemonic technique. Uh, so desert is a place. So in Ukrainian, we would ask the desert, it's a place. And dessert is something different. But you can see how different our associations could be. And I also like employer is the one and the only. So there is just one E at the end, and employee, it has two E's because there are several workers. I also like it. Yeah, deserve a dessert. Yes, that's great. Yes, okay, cool. A lot of cool techniques. Someone asked to see this picture again. Take a look. There are also some comments that somebody cannot remember all of those words and sentences. I agree. If it's not created by you, then it might be difficult. But usually, when you make your own associations, you can remember. And at the beginning, when Yulia was introducing me, she said that, is it possible to remember the words forever? I do believe that mnemonic techniques can't be remembered forever because they make emotions. And if the word makes you feel something, then you will remember it better. Okay, good. Let's go to another technique. The next technique is eliciting. I know that many teachers use it, but today I want to show how I do it and when I used it. I had a group of preteens. They were aged 11 and 12. And we had a lesson about art. And the topic was extremely challenging. I needed to do a short research on Google, like to read about that, because it was about some masterpieces, some techniques that artists used, about some trends in art and so on. So the topic was challenging, not just for preteens, but for everybody. And I needed to teach my students vanishing point. Usually, an 11-year-old teenager or preteen doesn't know what that means. So actually, I needed to teach that. First of all, I showed them those two pictures and I asked them what they can see. And they started to give answers in English. And at the end, I asked them some questions and they understood that the first picture is flat, but the second one is like bigger, but it's not just bigger. So I asked them, what is that? And at that moment of their studying, my students didn't know those words. And somebody said in Ukrainian, flat. I said, great. And I provided my students with an English word. And then somebody said that the second picture isn't flat because it's 3D. And I said, yes, you're right, but what does it mean D in English? They, of course, didn't know that. And I said, that's dimensions. And that's how we studied dimensions. Then I showed them the picture with dimensions. And I elicited again. I asked, what is that? All of those words were covered. And my students, and somebody said in Ukrainian, I provided them with English. Then the next word and the next word. That's how we studied these. And then at the end, I showed them this picture. Look at the picture. Is it flat or 3D? My student said it's 3D, but what makes that 3D? And they said that it looks like the road is very long. I said, yes, it finishes here and it starts here. And that's how we came to vanishing point. You can see this is a difficult term, not connected with English. It's connected with art, but it's possible to teach that in English. And at that lesson, I didn't speak any Ukrainian. So I think that's possible. It also works with different topics. For example, For example, here, I also use that when I teach crime and punishment. This is an abstract topic because what is crime when we break the law? But what is law? It's not something that we can touch. And that's why eliciting works great for those topics for the words which we cannot translate into Ukrainian for strangers. It doesn't matter in which language you study this word for the first time. It works great for abstract nouns, and it works great also for connotation of words. Because if you show the pictures and you ask what is different, your students will understand that this word we use just in positive context and that's one in negative context. Of course, if your students know that that word in English, it's great when you elicit an English word. But if your students don't, for me, that's not a problem if they say the Ukrainian word. It helps me to check if we are on the same page. And then I provide them with English. But I think it's important that not teachers provide students with Ukrainian, but the students. So the teacher doesn't talk Ukrainian at the lesson. Okay, that technique also works well when you teach, when you know that your students have already studied English and they have some background knowledge. And when you need to check how much they actually remember after holidays or something, or how much they already know, you might elicit and you will see, they know this, but it's something new. So you might pay more attention to new words. Okay, good. Nice. Yes, CLIL lessons, you're right. I use these techniques for CLIL lesson. And actually the lesson about art was also CLIL. Good, let's go to the next one, drilling. Drilling is my favorite. I use it on all levels because I know that some teachers don't drill on higher levels, but I think it's really necessary. And I got feedback from my students. They were level, I think, B2 and even B2 plus. And I asked them, like, do you like when we drill? And they said, yes, we do. So what is drilling? When we study the language, when we are children, when we study any languages, we all the time repeat after adults. When a child wants to get a banana, he or she, they come to the mother and they say, give. But mom says, say banana. The child says something like something simple. Then the mother repeats, banana, 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 and the child repeats. And when he repeats well, then he gets a banana. This is how actually drilling works. Our students don't have parents, kind of, to learn the language. That's why we should be the role models to drill. There are a lot of techniques how we could drill. I usually start with choral drilling. I just say the word, my students repeat after me. If there are some recordings of native speakers, I usually use the recordings, and the students repeat after the recordings. Then after drilling, I could ask like only girls repeat the words, only boys repeat the words. Then I might say, there are a lot of Natalias in my group, so I might say just Natalias repeat, please. Then I might ask my students to say the words with bored, excited, happy, surprised intonations. This will really help them to remember, because while we drill, we pay attention to the spelling, and we pay attention to drilling, and we pay attention to the difference between spelling and pronunciation. It also helps to feel more confident in English, because there are some students who are afraid of speaking, not because they cannot, because they don't know how to pronounce the words. So I do believe that drilling is extremely important. Also, when we teach functional English, we might use disappearing drill. When there is a sentence and we cover some words, but your students need to repeat the whole sentence, it will help them to remember functional phrases better. Are there any teachers who drill at their classes regularly? Write a plus into the chat, please. Cool. Yes. Okay, great. So there are a lot of happy students. Great. Yes, yes. Does it work well with adults? It's a very good question. Yes, it does. At first, when there are adults who don't have much experience studying modern English, they might be a bit confused. They don't know what to do. But after 1 minute, that's great. And after even the first drilling, they will be really thankful, because they will see the difference. When we just study the words, okay, we understand what it means. We understand when to use it, but how do I need to read it? How do I need to read that? And, you know, after some time, there are some students, like we just do a task and there is a new word, let's say in grammar, and my student asks me, what does it mean? And then I explain what it means. And then my students might ask, but how do I need to read it? How do I need to, can I repeat after you? So after some times, your students will get to repeating after you so much that they will ask you to do it. And by the way, I also say that my students have to drill at home on their own. I recommend going to Cambridge Dictionary website to turn on the audio and just to repeat after the audio. Because, okay, we might study that at the class, but my students do homework tomorrow. They might forget. So I say that at home, you need to repeat after Cambridge Dictionary. So drilling is a very important part of studying. Yes, all of them like drilling. I agree. Okay, good. Let's go to the next one. When we study words in context. This is one of my favorite ways, because it works great with everything, with range, connotation, idioms, grammar, and so on. So usually I provide my students with a text. They need to use the text to understand the meaning of the words. Let's say I usually do like this and just show them the text. They need to understand from the text. And then I might ask, what do you think? What is that? And they start to explain. Then I say, do you think it's a verb, a noun, or an adjective? They say, that's a noun because shin. I say, great. We might also show with our texts in which context we can use these words, what connotation it has. And I do believe that when we study words in context, it helps us with all problems that we discussed at the beginning of our training. Yes, it also works well with lexical fields, chunks, collocation, and of course abstract nouns, because the text will help your students to understand what it is. What is another advantage of teaching new vocabulary in context. When your students, this is a skill which your students get. When your students read something in real life, of course, they cannot Google all of the words. That's why they can learn how to understand the words from context. And it's very important to say that if you're like, I usually say that if you don't understand 5 words in a text, that's not a problem. That's okay. And you can try to understand. Even if you cannot, that's not a very big deal because you understand the rest of the text. Okay, great. Sometimes I agree that sometimes there is not enough context in books, and I agree that we need to create our own texts, or we need to create our own pictures, to find pictures. When we were talking about eliciting, actually, this is also teaching in context, because the context is the picture. You provide your students with another context, a picture. It might be a story, a sentence, a text. Actually, it could be anything, but it has to be understandable for them. Nice. Let's go to, I would say, the most controversial topic, translation. I do believe that we shouldn't translate at lessons. There are several reasons. First of all, when I speak Ukrainian, my students start speaking Ukrainian too. I don't want them to do it. The second, the students will start asking me to translate all other words. But there are some words and phrases that cannot be or can be very difficult to explain without translation. When we study some synonyms and you need to explain the synonyms, I don't know other ways to translate, to explain the difference between these words. Okay, hike, let it be, but all others. Or take a look at these words. When I have got children, and when they ask me the difference between some words like this, what they mean, I sometimes struggle to explain them as well. I also use translation on lower levels when I need to explain the rules for B. I usually say that in English, there are no sentences without a verb. If it doesn't have a verb, it's not a sentence. I, Anya, in Ukrainian is okay, but I, Anya, in English, it isn't. That's why I usually say that. Or for example, what's like. I tried to explain that when you have the question word, what's like, you need to answer with an adjective. You need to talk about personal qualities and so on. But if you say який, яка, яке, які, is faster and your students will understand better. But yes, when we talk about grammar, yes. So what I want to say is that we don't need to translate everything, of course not. It has to be the last resource of clarifying vocabulary or something when it's not possible to elicit, it's not possible to provide context for this word, it's not possible to use any other techniques. When you don't know, when I don't know what to do, this is the last step which I take. But so usually it is on lower levels or on very high levels. On levels like A2, B1, B1 plus, B2, I rarely use translation. I think almost never. Okay, great. Let's go to the next one. The next one is making our own categories. I read the research that we make our own categories in our brains in very different ways. Every person has their own categories, and sometimes they're not logical, but it is. When we teach our students the words on the same topic, for example, on the screen, you can see the example of transport. It could be challenging to remember the words. And by the way, we didn't talk about it at the beginning of the training, but if we teach our students words which could be interchangeable, for example, I go to work by car, by bus, by train, by tram, and so on, it's very easy to confuse them. And transport is one of them. We need to ask our students to make their own categories. I saw the ideas that some teachers use mind maps, visual maps, and so on. It's actually something similar. For example, you can see a list of words which we studied today, or which I elicited from my students, and you need to create your own categories. Sometimes I limit my students to like in the number of categories. Sometimes I say as much as you want, as many as you want. When I did this activity with my teenagers for the first time, they were a little bit surprised and they didn't understand what I wanted from them. But after they had completed the activity, they saw that their categories were similar, but there were some differences. And it shows that we are all different and our brains are different and our ways of memorizing something, they're different. That's why it's really cool. Okay, next one, that's emotional associations. This is a little bit similar with mnemonic techniques, but there are some differences. Usually when we cannot remember some words and we cannot create mnemonic techniques for all of them, of course not, we might create something which will make a lot of, which will give a lot of emotions to us. Take a look at this text. You have 1 minute to read it. You need to understand if it's a real text or a crazy one. Of course, that's not a real text. I made it myself. The topic of that class was places in the town. And when your students make just one text, it creates emotional associations with all the words. And when they need to remember the word, let's say, local council, they start remembering the text and it helps them to come to local council. So it works like a chunk, which are connected with each other. Usually it could be great when we teach idioms, because idioms are all about emotions. We use idioms in stressful, happy, surprising, depressing situations. And that's why we need to also have some emotions when we use idioms. The language is, it's life, it's our life. We express our life using the languages. That's why we have to be emotional when we study or when we teach. And these emotional associations help us to remember something better. And by the way, in the research which I read, it was said that in order to remember the word, the students need to see, read, listen to the word approximately 12 or 30 times. It depends on the complicity of the word. But if there are emotions, we might remember the word from the first time. And we don't need to read the word 25 times before we remember. This is the explanation why we remember the lyrics from the songs that well, because they make us feel something. That's why we remember them, not because we wanted to. Okay, and the last for today is peer teaching. Sometimes your students might teach each other even better than we do. On the screen, you can see an example of an activity. There are 2 pictures of kitchen and some words which your students need to teach each other. And you need to ask your students, let's say, to find 10 differences. And while finding the differences, they will explain the words, they will say, and they will teach each other. Of course, after that activity, we need to drill, we need to talk about the grammar of the word and so on. But while doing an activity, they will see that it's possible to study new words in real life, not only at classes. Because when you do an activity, it's like real role play, real life activity. And in this way, your students will be able to study the words outside the classroom. And there is one more technique, but we are not going to talk about it here. We are going to talk about it. You will read about that at home. It's on the pre-last slide. It's called the Palace of Memory. I'm sure that many of you know about that. It could be used in many different ways and it could be extended even. I tried this activity with my five-year-old godson, and he could remember 10 not connected words in the correct order. It took me 7 minutes. I think that's really cool activity when we need to remember something not connected, and we need to create, when we need to recall them a little bit later. So this activity is really useful as well. Okay, I think that's it with my presentation for today. There are 7 minutes for your questions. Please drop your questions to the chat and I will be answering. It's too early to say thank you. Let's talk about the questions first. Okay, no questions.
Anna, I want to thank you too, and let me interrupt you here. Thank you for your wonderful session and for the techniques that you shared with the teachers. Some of them were really new for me too. I'm sure the teachers will use them in the classroom. We have some comments while you were presenting. We had some comments, so if you allow me, I will read them, and if you could comment them, and maybe when you comment, teachers are going to come up with some questions. So when you were talking about translation, someone wrote that okay, it was Anastasia. She said, I feel very doubtful about translation. Sometimes it's crucial, for example, to understand grammar things. Or what can you say about this?
Yeah, I agree with you. When we translate, it doesn't always help. And in that research that I was talking about, it was said that even if you can translate the words directly, you need to understand that these might be different objects. They had an example with a table, that a table, if it's translated into different languages, could mean different things. Let's say a table, and students usually translate a table into a desk in Ukrainian. So that might be the problem. And I do agree with you that we need to be very careful while using translation. So for me, I used translation only to explain the meaning of that, just the meaning. When we came to grammar or drilling, I used English. So basically, I said just 4 words on that level in Ukrainian. Який, яка, яке, які. That's it. That was like that was it. I didn't explain the topic. I didn't elicit in Ukrainian. I just said the meaning, and that's it. And then when we started talking about grammar, I asked, what is that? What is that? What is the difference between do you like, what's like, or what do you like, and so on. And here, when I was talking about be, that there aren't sentences without verbs in Ukraine, in English, and if there are no verbs, we put be in English. It was, again, just one sentence. And then I provided my students with examples. It is called, I am Anna. This is a phone. And then we started practicing, because usually B is studied on level A1. And I took a look at the grammar book, and there were like 13 rules or 16 rules when we use B to talk about grammar, adjectives, and so on. It doesn't help my students. They don't know what adjectives mean. So I do believe that when we talk about meaning, which cannot be explained in any other way, that we might translate. But when we talk about grammar, connotation, range, and so on, we do need to use English.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the answer. We have some questions. How to use drilling in individual lessons? Can you please share different techniques? Like
Yes,
maybe
of course.
one or two of your favorite, because
That's
we are
even
running out of
easier.
time.
Actually, you do the same, just the student repeats after you at first, and then you say, read the words, or you show the most challenging and your student reads. And then you might ask, for example, repeat with that intonation or that intonation. Or you might say, like, which 3 are the most difficult for you? And the student says, like, this, and that. And then you say, okay, repeat them, please, again. And so, yeah, like this. Again, with disappearing drilling, with intonation, it's the same as with groups.
Yeah, thank you. A second of marketing. We have a very nice course at Grade University, which is a new one. It was delivered to the platform 2 weeks ago. It's called Conversation-Based Lessons. And in this particular course, we have the whole unit on different drilling techniques. So if you are interested, just go to gradeuniversity.com and you will find the course, and you will learn more about drilling techniques, conversation-based lessons. And probably the last question, I will combine 2 questions in one. So the first one is regarding the peer teaching activity. Can you recommend any sources where we could find such kind of pictures? And also recommend some resources with games and pictures. Okay, it's actually the same.
Yeah, well, I'm that kind of teachers who like to create everything myself. When I need to create a text for the context, a picture or something, a picture for eliciting, I do that myself, because I think it's impossible to find something which is perfect for you. For example, in the course book, there are these 10 words. I don't believe that it's possible to find that activity on the internet on any website. So it's possible to ask ChatGPT. So I really recommend using it. I think it's great. It might create you anything you want. But actually, I would recommend creating everything on your own. I know it's time consuming, but that's the best way. You can be sure that it will be perfect because it was created by you. No, okay, yeah.
Yeah, I see someone is coming in ChatGPT, no, but actually, like the paid version, it's really cool, and
Yeah.
it's really smart, and it saves a lot of time.
Yeah.
Twinkle, yeah, ISL Collective, yes, these are all the resources that teachers often use. All right. It's we have run out of time. Thank you, Anna, once
Thank
again,
you. Thank
for your wonderful presentation, for the techniques that you shared with us, and actually, We are moving on to our next session. And this time we are going to switch to CLIL, and particularly we will be talking about bringing CLIL to YL classroom. Are you ready? Yulia, Pronina is asking you. So young learners, they are motivated to learn, and that's the main reason why teaching young learners usually requires the teacher to find efficient ways to incorporate subject content into language lessons. And teacher always looks for the most effective techniques and methods to create opportunities enabling our students to pick up the language in a natural environment. So the next speaker believes that CLIL is the approach that can offer natural situations for language development. And it's really popular in Ukraine nowadays, and it's really popular around the world. And we have talked about it at one of our previous conferences. But in this particular session, we will be talking about the meaning of CLIL to language teachers. We will talk about differences between a CLIL lesson and a language lesson. And after this session, you will have a better understanding of CLIL principles, benefits of CLIL approach to you, and you will receive the support you need in planning a CLIL lesson. So meet our next speaker, Yulia Pronina, who is a YL teacher, general English teacher, and a TKT course trainer at Great Education Center. Hello, Yulia.
Hey, hello.
Yeah, happy to see you.
Yeah, happy to see you too. And I'm really glad to be the speaker today. So I already got the question, can we teachers be ever not ready? Yes, we do. So just if you are not ready, don't panic. Let's speak about CLIL and let's answer all the questions together. Caring is sharing. Oh,
Yes.
sharing is caring. Yeah, so that is what CLIL is about. And it is normal to make mistakes. So I am the example of the mistake. Can we get started?
Yes, sure.
Sure. All right. Caring is sharing and sharing is caring. Okay, I like it. I will take it. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my session. And definitely we're going to start with the most typical question existing. Hey, so in your opinion, what is CLIL? How do you understand it? Can you please write your ideas in the Zoom chat box? If you know what the abbreviation stands for, you're also welcome. Oh, Larissa, you stole my show. Very quickly, all the mystery got solved. Yes. And other people also know that is, you asked me whether it is possible for you not to be ready, but you are. So, to cut a long story short, you are right. CLIL stands for Content and Language Integrated Learning. Yeah, on the same slide, you can see practically one of the definitions of CLIL given by COIL in 2007. If you read it, it is still relevant because it is the basic definition of CLIL. That is an educational approach which combines subjects which are taught and the language which we use to teach the subject. Yeah, definitely, CLIL is not only about English. CLIL is about any language and about any subject combination. Yes. Thank you, Ola. You're right, a subject in a foreign language. That is what is true. And then, the next question, which is, typical after what CLIL is. So, in your opinion, what are the two core elements in CLIL approach? You can also write your ideas in the Zoom chat box. Yes, Katerina, you're right. If it is CLIL and if it is a combination, there are two elements, with the first element being content, like what we teach, and like whether you're talking about vanishing point in art. Yeah, thank you for that idea. And definitely the second thing which is important is language. Yeah, because like to operate the phrase vanishing point, like your students should understand it and you as a teacher should understand it. Yeah, so like I took some ideas from the previous session because I was amazed and I was, oh my goodness, that is exactly what I was going to talk about. Yeah, so thank you, Anna. All right. So when it comes to CLIL, we put them together. And this is the question with a lot of elements, you know, like multiple elements. So in your opinion, what do we focus on when we prepare for the CLIL lesson and when we teach a CLIL lesson? The same thing. You are free to use the chat box. Yes, Katerina, you're right. But is there anything else besides besides vocabulary, besides language and content? Okay. Those are core elements. Okay, I can see one idea of stages. Yeah, like when we are preparing for the lesson, like stages of a good lesson should be considered. Oh, an idea from Larissa, communication. Yes, absolutely agree. If there is communication, there is collaboration and critical thinking, because like we have to think about content. I agree. Like I actually used your ideas to agree with you. Yes, yes. All right. So I'm going to show you some ideas from me. Like some of them are exactly what you mentioned. Some of them will be like some new ideas. But nevertheless, we can discuss whether they are true or false. Yeah, it was mentioned. Number 2. Yes, it was also mentioned and it surprised me. Yay. Like cognition, I believe there was the phrase about critical thinking. So cognition is about this. Oh, 4 C's and 3 D's. Definitely. However, like we're not going to speak about 4 C's today. Like we're not going to operate a lot of terminology. But yes, yes, you're right. Yeah, culture. That is also something really typical to think about in CLIL lessons. Yeah, like that is like vocabulary and language. And procedure, like somebody mentioned the word stages. However, like I would say even like before the lesson when we plan it, it is important to think about the stages and procedures, which exactly ideas we want to our students to do or to try in the lesson. Hey, 5C creativity. Okay, fantastic. All right. coming to this one. Right now, you're going to have a look at some sentences. All the sentences will be about like CLIL lessons and CLIL approach. Your task is to decide whether the sentences are true or false. You can write plus or minus in the Zoom chat box, or you can write T or F or true or false. So let's find out what we know about CLIL approach. What do you think about this? Oh, so fast. All right. I agree with you. Definitely, like the material you choose is important. Practically, that is the main thing. You plan your lesson and you consider the material which you have to cover. Yes. So, but materials can be different. Like there is the misconception that if it is CLIL approach, all the materials should be only authentic. Yeah, it is good to know how to use authentic materials and to use them. However, it is not the end of the world if you use adapted materials or if you use like self-made materials, like all materials which can help, which can support your students to achieve the main goal in the lesson is like good example of material. So use whatever you think is essential or important. So let's move to the next one. Look at this sentence and write pluses or minuses in the Zoom chat box. I can see a lot of pluses and letter T. Okay, so let's check. Okay, like it seems to me, one second, it seems to me that here I got the problem. Yeah, because like subject content determine the choice of language needed to learn. So like, I'm sorry, I would agree with you. That is true. Hey, I'm sorry. Sometimes it happens. I have to change it. All right, because like if you teach like art, you will be using the vocabulary and grammar structures which are art related. If it is about like mathematics, then like mathematic related vocabulary. So content determines the choice of the language. Okay, so and practically like we can, yeah, do it together. So that was tricky question. Let's have a look at number 3. What do you think here? True or false? And thank you for your support. All right. I can see again a lot of pluses. And I believe this time, like my presentation has no faults. So, because you are right. Like, all skills are important in a CLIL lesson, and reading is one of them. So, all skills important, reading is a skill, so important. All right. What do you think about this one? Oh, interesting. I can even see like plus minus. That is an interesting topic to discuss. Okay, however, like many people would agree that, oh yeah, and one more, like 50-50. All right. So let's have a look, like I would agree that it is like more true than false. Yeah, because like when it is the CLIL lesson, do you remember like we discussed the core elements, like content and language? Which element was first? It was content. That's why like language is the means of learning subject. So with the subject being like a little bit more important, but like language knowledge is like, you know, like the supporting pole. So we cannot ignore it as well. Hey, it can be vice versa. Yes, it can, but we will discuss that a little bit later. Yeah, but in classical language, like subject matter goes first. Okay. Oh, that is like where this problem was. Yeah. So don't believe the answer. Don't believe the word true. So what do you think about this? Is it true or false? Okay. Yay. When it comes to CLIL lesson, like you might remember that comment, like fluency would be more important than language accuracy. I will comment a little bit. That is because like language, when we talk about vocabulary, that is about terminology. Yeah, like definitely all those ideas which Anna told you about, like different like memorization techniques and drilling techniques can help your students understand the words and remember better. But like, you know, like different students have different like pace and different like memorization ability. That's why it's totally fine if they keep making mistakes. What is more important is like to let them manipulate the language, to let them try. Yeah, like definitely we still try to help them and to help them to prevent the mistakes and to correct the mistakes. However, yes, yes. Katerina, thank you very much. Yeah, like scaffolding can also be helpful. Yes, it is like a very good idea to use scaffolding techniques to prevent the mistakes. But still, you cannot be ready 100% to everything that awaits you in the lesson. All right. So let's move to the next one. What do you think about this one? Is it true or false? Like, even though like I saw some people wrote plus minus or it depends. Yeah, like in classic CLIL lesson, we would say that it is more true. Because like a classic CLIL language is actually different from the language lesson. So it would be, you know, like the lesson, which is a combination of everything. And a little bit later, we're going to plan a lesson, one of the lessons together. But the more skills are involved, the better. Definitely, it is just unreal to imagine the lesson where you will be focusing on writing, reading, speaking, and listening all together. However, like we can focus on different elements of different skills development. Okay. What do you think about number 7? Okay, super. And it is true. And what do you think, like speaking about like hard skill, hard CLIL and soft CLIL. If I teach a history course in English, will it be hard CLIL or soft CLIL? So that will be like hard CLIL. If like, I cannot say that it would be like very hard, but it is like closer to hard CLIL lessons and course. If I'm an English teacher at school, I use the book and there is like the CLIL section in my English textbook, and I want to teach the lesson. So will it be more hard or more soft CLIL? Yay, that would be like soft CLIL. All right. So have a look at number 8. What do you think about this? Is it true or false? Also, like, pay attention that it is like about soft CLIL, the CLIL in the English textbook. Oh, I can see pluses, minuses, and even comments. Hey. So that is like how they are different. Yeah, like still, if you have the English course and you have a CLIL lesson, so practically you will be interested more in the language. That's why, like for English lessons, our even like CLIL, soft CLIL lessons will be focused on vocabulary more. However, if it is like about history course and like you have to teach history, but you use English as the means of communication, definitely like the main idea would be like the subject matter would be more important. So that's why it is like this. However, here you can see soft CLIL and hard CLIL and how they are different. So what I mean, like in the Zoom chat box, I saw that people were writing about not only soft CLIL and hard CLIL, they were writing some ideas that can be here, or maybe here, or maybe somewhere here. And that is totally fine because like CLIL in itself is an umbrella term, which means that there are many, many ideas between this point and this point. That's why you can decide where you are as a CLIL teacher on this line. Maybe you're somewhere here, or maybe you are somewhere here. Or maybe you are in the middle. So you can have a look at your lessons, you can have a look at the courses which you teach, and you can decide where you are. Okay, however, like speaking about young learners and how we use CLIL in elementary school, we're going to speak about soft CLIL today. So, or maybe like soft CLIL, but not very soft. It will be somewhere here. So, second. Have a look. Here you can see like the pages from one book. You can see that is like Shake Up Science. So the book was designed to be used with primary school children, and it is like to teach science, but in a fun way. And of course, like you can see that the book is in English. However, it is not like very hard CLIL because like many teachers use it in Ukrainian school, but it is not like the main textbook for the English language teachers. Okay, so we're going to discuss this one. Like I saw this this thing, probably there is somebody who uses this book. So you can see that is like Shake Up Science 2. The book which I used a year ago. Okay, ooh, super. So like there are many colleagues of mine who will be helping me. Okay. So that is like unit 3 beginning. And here you can see like I need to think about the first lesson. The first lesson is this. This page is helpful. Like we can use the ideas from the previous page. However, like, you know, as my colleagues say, there are no ideal textbooks. So like we have to analyze the textbook, we have to think about the lesson, we have to think about the outcomes, what our students should have learned by the end of the lesson, should learn, but all will have learned by the end of the lesson. So I planned the lesson. So I will be talking about my real plan, but your ideas are also welcome. So if you look at this, which language will be important if we plan and teach this lesson? Only I will help you. Don't look at the keywords. Keywords are for the whole unit, but not for this lesson, not for this page. That's why, like, have a look at the page and think, like, which words, like, which vocabulary and grammar terms would be important for us. Yay. All right. Super. So you can have a look at the Zoom chat box. We're going to talk about animals. Yeah, like both domestic and wild. We're going to ask the questions. Yeah, like the students will be using like present simple probably. Yeah, like I see only present tense, but present simple would be important. Even comparative forms could be possible. Abilities with can. All right. All right. The book, the name of the book. I'm sorry. The name of the book is written here. You can have a look at the name of the book. Oh, okay. So many ideas for one lesson, but yes. Okay. Next question. If you look at this page, where do you think the main activity is? The activity which can prove, like, which can serve a proof that our aims are achieved. You can, okay. So I can see some ideas in the Zoom chat box and people saying that this activity will be the main. And I agree, because like all of this is the preparation for this. So this is the main activity. And when you plan the CLIL lesson, you should take it, like you should keep it in your mind. So let's move on and let's think how we can yay, like it is I can see that it is free practice. Remember that it is a CLIL lesson. It can be a little bit different from a typical language lesson. Yeah, because like if it is language lesson, then yes, like we have pre-reading, while reading, post-reading activities, and post-reading activity can be speaking or writing. However, if you analyze this page, it would be, I can say that it is like very difficult to compare these two activities, because the reading activity is about like these two things. Yeah, however, speaking activity is like activity 1 will be more time consuming. But okay, we will have a look. So, have a look. This is my learning objective, like the main aim for the lesson. If you look at my aim for this lesson, how many components can you see? When you prepare for the CLIL lesson, like the aim has 3 components. And how is it different from a typical language lesson aim? Like I'm talking about main aim, not subsidiary, like not other aims. How many components does the aim have if it is a language lesson? Yeah, like usually the language lesson aim has 2 components. Yeah, like if you have a look at the, like here, the component which we usually don't have in the language lesson is this. This is something very typical for CLIL lesson, but language component and this is sorry. Like the blue one is not language component, that is like procedure component, and the green one is language component. They are typical for both like language lesson aims and CLIL lesson aims. However, since we have like the content, like subject content, so it should also be included in the aim, and it goes first. Like it is prioritized. Okay. So, have a look. When I was analyzing these pages, I had an idea what I can use as a warmer. Can you do the same? Like, look at the pages. What or which activity or can you take as a warmer? Match the babies. Okay. All right. It can be. Yay. All right. However, believe it or not, I use different idea as a warmer in my lesson, and I will explain you why. Definitely, like you can use the first activity as a warmer. However, like when I planned my lesson, I understood it had to be like a 45-minute lesson. I understood that if I take the first activity as a warmer, like I would run out of time. That's why I took like this question about a young orangutan. So I used that question as the warmer. Because if you look at the question, it already asks to compare, like how they are different and how they are similar. So compare and contrast. That is practically like what we need to do in exercise number 2, like in our main task. That's why I use this. However, you can start with like babies and animals, and then logically come to like the main content of the lesson. All right. All right. Yeah, like remember, when you think about a warmer can be connected with the lesson itself. Warmer can also be different. So like whatever you say, like speaking about opposites, speaking about adjectives, speaking about like animals and babies, everything can be a warmer. Yay. So like warmer, we need the warmer like to activate, to energize the students. So whatever. Okay. So, but if your warmer is different from the lesson, you need to think about leading. If the warmer is connected with the lesson, it is okay to say that it is a warmer and leading at the same time. However, I do have another lead-in. Also, let's think together. My students or the students did this task, and now we have to come to this task. But there could be, you know, like the smooth transition, and we need another exercise. Any ideas what it can be? Like yeah, but what can we take as a lead-in? What can we ask our students to do? Considering that as a warm-up, they were talking about only orangutans. All right, like to cut a long story short, I will show you like what I prepared as a lead-in. However, you can also think about your ideas. Oh, like name the animal they know. Some like miming games. Okay, other living things they know. Okay, fantastic. So like this idea looks like the brainstorming. And practically for a lead-in, I also used something very similar. Like, but the idea of brainstorming was used by me. So yes. So I asked the students about orangutan. Then we thought about like the animals which can fly, walk, jump, and do other movements. And then like there was like the question about other animals, how they move. Yeah. Oh, how do they breathe? Fantastic question. However, like I wouldn't dare ask my students like this. But you know, like it would be like kind of challenging for them to discuss and to speak about like the breathing system of a fish. But if they know the word Jews, so why not? Yeah. All right. Yes. Okay. So we have planned only the 2 stages of our lesson. Let's move on. So now we need to come to the reading section. But if you remember like the stages of the lesson, if we ask students to read, then we have to think about something as pre-reading activity. So what do you think could be a good pre-reading activity? Like the text is not very long. However, it is about two interesting animals. Yeah, like betta fish and cardinal. Describing pictures. Exactly, that is a good idea. Yes. Asking questions about your favorite animal would be good warmer or lead-in. Yeah, because like it is not actually connected with the text. If it is pre-reading activity, it must be connected like with the text already. Hey, I already I looked through the ideas in the Zoom chat box and I already saw the idea which I used. However, there are some other ideas which look fantastic. My idea was actually like to describe the pictures and identify the animals and try to think like what they have in common, like maybe colors, maybe moving ideas, maybe like they move similarly. So comparing and contrasting them. Yes. Okay. And after pre-reading activity, like when we talked about cardinal and betta fish before we read the text, because like at this moment, the students' books are still closed. They don't see the text, but they already see the pictures of these animals. Now, it is already reading time. And what do you think? What will the students be doing while reading? Venn diagram, yeah, like it can work like all the time. You're talking about comparing and contrasting. Yeah, like everything depends on the teachers and on the students. However, we are planning the lesson. All right, all right. Okay, so like people are talking about like procedure and like the focus on unknown vocabulary. Okay, could be. Only with the only comment from me, like if we already ask them to read the text, like we have to deal with unknown vocabulary a little bit earlier. Just if you look through the text, you can see that practically like cardinal and betta fish are just examples of the animals. However, you will not see their names in the text itself. However, the text is only a couple of sentences. And there are the questions below, like yes or no. So practically, as the while reading activity, my students were doing this. And definitely like answering and comparing the questions in groups and later as a whole class feedback. Those are like micro stages of the lesson, which is also correct. Yes. They can stuck at some words while reading. Yes, exactly. That's why like it depends on the text and it depends on the main focus of your lesson. Just here, if you have a look, there are only two sentences in the text with the words like size, color, shape being used in the previous exercises where we compared and contrasted the animals. So like those ideas like warmer, lead-in, pre-reading activity, like give you a lot of opportunity just to use already like these words and to pre-teach them. So like definitely like while planning, we have to think that I have to use this word earlier because like my students will need it while reading the text. Hey, but definitely like the longer the text, the more difficult blocking vocabulary the students will see. However, in this lesson, it was not like the main case. Okay, so the students read the text, they answered the questions, they discussed in pairs, we checked together. So now it's time for them to continue answering the questions and trying to like to group the animals, to contrast the animals. So practically we're moving to the main activity of the lesson. So what do you think? Like after everything the students did earlier, would they be ready to do task 2 already? Like, when we I see the comment that language demand is still high, like not in exercise 2, because like they will be using the vocabulary which they practiced in all other stages in the lesson. So like when it is exercise 2, the language demand will not be high because they will be talking about colors, like how they can move. So remember that it is still elementary school lesson. So like the students will be ready to do exercise 2. You know, like what you're commenting about like how to like what the teacher has to do. Yes, like definitely you cannot say just look at exercise 2, do it. That is a little bit different question. Yeah, like when we plan the lesson, we have to think about like how to introduce rubric, how to provide the students with demonstration, or like how to make them understand what you want to do. However, at this point, your students will already be ready to do exercise 2, because like they contrasted and compared orangutans. Then like we talked about other animals and how they, what they have in common and how they move. Then they compared and contrasted cardinals and betta fish using the same vocabulary. Then they read the text, and again, the text is about the same thing. So practically, they practiced the not practiced, like they recycled the same vocabulary already 4 times. So now it will be like their time to shine. So they will be using the pictures as like the pictures will be the support for them, but they are ready to discuss. And by the way, like you will be surprised, but the students will find really creative ways to group the animals. Yeah, like they can group by colors, by belonging, by like, you know, like activity times. Some of them are nocturnal animals, some of them are active in the daytime. So you will be surprised how clever the students are. Hey. Yes. Okay. So let's move on. Remember that we're talking only about the lesson planning. So imagine that the students covered task number 2. Now, anything for further discussion, like practically like flexi stage, or if you have time, like you can plan something that can be, like exceed the book, or you can do it even like as something extra activity in the lesson, or even like during the next lesson. And just the problem is, if you have a look at exercise 2, the animals are interesting, but those there are many animals they don't actually know. For example, if you look, okay, they know the cat 100%, and they can say just fish. They can say just leopard or puma. Okay, like I'm not sure whether the students will know the names of the birds. Definitely, like we can think and we can introduce. However, those are not like real animals students see in real life or they are really interested in. That's why, like for a further discussion, I prepared this for the students. And you can see here they see the animals they practically like can speak about. And these animals have a lot of things in common. So I prepared the grid and the students were put into the groups and they had to speak about like my animals, cats, cheetah, leopard, and lion. And they also have to generate 5 ideas how to group animals and add 3 animals to the group. So practically, I gave this idea as the project. We didn't do this in the same lesson, but it was like kind of very interesting for them, and they used their like the abilities and the skills how to compare and contrast to do this task, and later to present at the end of the unit. Like not in this lesson. Yes, definitely. Like you can ask the students to draw the pictures, to draw even like some unreal animals, like the combination of different animals. You can also ask them to prepare some posters. Yes, yes, agree. Super. So, like many teachers say that CLIL is for everybody. Like CLIL is not about, it is about content, but when we plan the lesson, we have to plan it the way so that it is comprehensible for everybody, not only for the students who are interested in the animals, but everybody can do at least something. Yeah, that's why like we are talking about like low level demands in language, high level demands in language, and also like the same goes for the content. Low level demand and high level demand in content. So with the correct combination of demands, like considering low level and high level demands in language and in content, we can plan like fantastic lessons and we can help our students, like fall in love with different subjects. And English will be, like another motivation for them to study not only English, but also something else. As, like I had a student who used to say like, Yulia, I love English, but I hate biology. My typical response to her was, try to study biology in English. Maybe you will fall in love with it. And practically there were a couple of lessons when I taught biology lessons in English, and she said that they were okayish. Practically, she still disliked biology, but she tolerated it because it was in English. So, 2 birds were killed with 1 stone. All right. And speaking about us as CLIL teachers. So, live and learn. That is like the slogan of a CLIL teacher. And like regularly reflect on teaching, on your subject knowledge and language ability. Look for the opportunity for different professional development. Yeah, like Yulia will tell you more about like other opportunities in our great university. Understand, try to read and to continue trying to understand different theories behind CLIL. I want to repeat that it is an umbrella term. There are many smaller, sub-approaches within CLIL. Okay. Definitely think about your learners, like what exactly they need to know. Also, like analyze your learners' language abilities. That will be helpful. Hey, scaffold. Yeah, like help your learners to understand the subject content. Like here, I would say that in CLIL, like there is no point in using L1 or L2. If you really think that L1 can help you, just use it. But however, like try to avoid it as much as possible. Here, I would agree with others. And of course, like support your learners with language production. Okay, so that's it. Thank you very much for being active listeners. I hope that you know a little bit more about CLIL, and after the lesson, you will want to try to plan and teach the lesson. And if you have any questions, you're welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much, Yulia. I really love all your sessions, but this one in particular, because you know how to explain, you know, those complicated things in simple words and just put everything on the plate. So come and use it. I really loved it. Let's wait for some questions from teachers. I think we can answer 2 or 3 questions because we still have time. Yes, it was really inspirational and amazing. Thank you, Yulia. And let me remind you that Yulia is also a TKT course trainer. So if you are planning to prepare for these qualifications, her courses start this autumn in October, and you can apply at grade.ua. Okay. Okay, so we have a question. What do you recommend to start the journey in CLIL with, Yulia?
TKT CLIL. Yeah, like really, like if it is the starting point, you know, like there is nothing more basic than TKT for the teachers, and it is like you know, the understanding of theoretical points, like what is CLIL, how it is used, why it is important, like what are 4 C's and 3 D's, and what are like HOTS and lots and some other important things in the theory.
Yeah, thank you. Do you have a course on it? Unfortunately, we don't have a course at grade, but we have TKT 3 core modules and YL because it's not very popular, but we are working on it. And if you follow us, you will see that soon we will have something for you to suggest. What are the best tasks for warming up and the beginning at the CLIL lesson?
Like, as I mentioned during the session, like warm up is not necessarily connected with the lesson. Yeah, like lead-in is connected with the lesson, but warm up depends on the level of energy of your students. If your students come from the like sports lesson, it is like a good idea to think about something, like settling down, like to listen to the song or to discuss the questions. If it is like if before your lesson they had a literature lesson where they had to read a lot, so probably you need an active game. So like warming up is all about like the energy level.
Thank you. And probably the last question for today, but you can still ask questions to Yulia if you joined her courses. How is grammar presented and practiced in CLIL lessons?
The same as vocabulary, like you don't have the special stage to speak about grammar. But you like drilling can help you. Like if you hear your students don't understand you when you ask the questions, or you want them to use a particular structure, you can drill it. Like write the sentence on the board and drill it, and then like encourage your students to use it. So like, there is nothing miraculous or something mysterious about CLIL.
Yeah, thank you very much, Yulia. Unfortunately, we are running out of time and the next speaker is waiting. But before we actually move to the next session, which actually consists of 3 other sessions, I have some information for you to share. So at Great Education Center, we are launching a new course for English teachers. So if you've heard about such qualifications as CELT-P and CELT-S, which were delivered by Cambridge, but unfortunately they do not exist anymore, we have the alternative to offer. And this particular course called Teaching Teens Extended, it's a practical course that meets the highest international standards. It combines live sessions with the experienced trainer, work on the online platform and teaching practice. And each ensures you gain the best knowledge and skills to become a true expert in working with teenagers. So who is this course for? It's suitable for teachers who are already working or planning to teach English to teenagers age 13 to 17, and for teachers who wish to gain or enhance practical teaching skills for working with teenage learners. So what do we have in the course? These are theoretical inputs with a tutor, like on the CELTA course, lesson observations by experienced teachers and your peers. Each focuses on specific learning objectives, written assignments as on the CELTA, teaching practice, which is the most important component of this course. So it's not a theoretical course, but you will teach real students. You will deliver lessons with a group of teenagers. And these lessons are going to be evaluated by the trainer who will provide feedback. Also, we have assisted lesson planning and post-teaching practice feedback in this course. So you will never be left alone. So you will prepare your lessons with the course trainer. You will receive advice and recommendations, and then you will teach, and then you will get feedback to grow. And one special component of this course is the work on our online platform, Great University. So the course, The Motivated Teen, Strategies for Language Teaching, which is on our platform, is actually the component of this course. So you do 2 courses, actually, one practical and one online, which is self-study. After this course, actually, you will be able and you will know how to create optimal learning environment for teenagers. You will know how to adapt your lessons to meet the needs of this category of learners. You will know how to manage their behavior and learn how to effectively assess the knowledge and skills of teens to support their progress. And of course, you will set professional goals and explore opportunities for further professional development. And what are the requirements? You have to, your English proficiency should be at least B2, according to CEFR. You have to be at least 18 years old. Prior qualification as CELTA is required to or equivalent. So for example, if you have TESOL or TEFL, you are eligible for this course. Or at grade, we have a course which is called Teaching YL plus Teens. So if you did the course, you can take Teaching Teens Extended as the next one. If you don't have any teaching experience, it's also okay. You can take the course too. The course lasts for 6 weeks of intensive work. And it starts on October. You can see the dates on the screen. How to join the course? You choose, you actually go to our website, grade.ua, and it's in the TKT section. So you will find the course Teaching Teens Extended in the TKT section. Why I'm talking about it now? Because there is a procedure before you actually enroll in the course. You have to apply, then you have to complete the pre-interview task, like on CELTA. Then you have to pass the interview with the tutor, and only after that you will be accepted to the course. So join this course today and become a true professional in teaching English to teenagers. Remember, Teaching Teens Extended in TKT section at grade.ua, a very new course. It will be delivered in October. And the course trainer, you know her very well if you attended our TKT courses or CELTA. It's Olena Lisica, a true expert in teaching teenagers. All right. It's time to introduce finally our next speaker, Yulia Makovii. Yulia is also a teacher and a teacher trainer. She is a TKT course trainer, and she will be delivering the course this autumn too. So you have a nice chance to listen to a new course tutor actually. And in this session, we will be discussing adapting materials from course book to your classroom. And actually, Yulia will tell you what and why to adapt, and she will address some typical issues that you may face in this area. Of course, she will share her experience applying these solutions into practice and use examples from real course books. And Yulia promised as a bonus, she will share a low preparation and time-efficient way of setting context for any grammar topic in case your course book is lacking it. So meet Yulia Makovii and her session, Making Course Book Work for You, Practical Adaptation Techniques.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. I'm really glad to be here with you. Okay, so to start with, I need to share my screen, probably. All right. Yeah, we are going to talk about course books a lot today because, you know, our course books are not perfect for every student or for every person we teach, yeah? And sometimes we really need to change them. We need to change something in our, in the materials for our course books, yeah? So to start with, yeah, I will also set a little context here since I created all the materials while I was teaching a group of adult students. And there is a group, it's not individual lessons, so keep that in mind. But you are welcome to take all the materials and adapt them to any, I mean, all the ideas, yeah, and adapt them to any age group or any, I don't know, kind of class you're teaching. Mhm. All right, so let's begin. First, to start with, I want to hear you, and I want to know if you ever adapt any materials in a course book. So if you do, could you please drop a plus in the chat? And if not, drop a minus. If you don't change anything in course books. Oh, a lot of pluses. Okay. Some minuses. That's okay too. Okay. All right. Excellent. Thank you very much. So a lot of people do adapt the material. Yeah. It means that you think about your students' needs, right? Another question for you is, in what cases do you adapt? If you think that for some reason, all the time, okay, that's interesting. If for some reason you don't like how the material is given in the course book, what are usually the reasons you don't like the material in course books? Could you please drop briefly a message in the chat? The task is too hard for the students. Okay. Lack of freer practice, not interest in topic. Oh, very good. Okay. Language level. It could be, but usually when we use course books, they are they should be suitable for the level. But in some cases, I agree. Yeah, we have to change it. Lack of practice, lack of variety, time-consuming task. Okay, boring. Okay. Too difficult vocabulary. Excellent. Balance of skills. Right. Mixability groups needs. Super. We're going to talk about that today. When it's outdated, lack of exercises. Wow, so many ideas. Yay. Practical reasons. Okay. All right. Actually, you have mentioned, I think, everything that I have prepared today. I understand that there are like the number of the reasons why to adapt could be even bigger. Yeah, it could be eternal. But some of the issues I found quite typical, and we're going to address them today, all right? So can you please take a look at the reasons that I have chosen for today's session and tell me if you agree with them. If they are relevant for you, let's call it so, yeah? Okay. Yeah, okay, super. Excellent. Okay, then let's get started. Yeah, let's get down to business. The first reason to work with, the first problem that we are going to work with today is okay. Sorry, something didn't work. Okay, I think something is wrong with my internet. Just a second, I will check it. Sorry for that. Okay, just a quick check. Can you hear me? Can you see me? Yes, okay, I'm sorry for that. There was a problem with connection. So I think I'm back. And let's get started. All right. Sorry. All right, so the first problem we are going to discuss today, thank you, is too much material, too little time. This problem could be relevant to you if you, for example, have a syllabus that you're working by and you have limited number of lessons where you have to teach some material. And for this reason, you can actually have trouble combining the vocabulary, like 2 sets of vocabulary in one lesson, for example. Here you can see the example from roadmap A1. So this is basically beginner level. And here are two sets of vocabulary that we had to study in 45 minutes. Could you please look at the vocabulary and tell me what topic is here? Just quickly in the chat, yeah. Yeah, exactly. So both sets of vocabulary are about rooms that we have in the house and things that we can find in those rooms. So normally, I would have to take first set of vocabulary, teach it, do controlled practice, do freer practice, and then repeat the same thing with the second set of vocabulary. But if you look at the words over here, I'll make them bigger for you. Which of the words do you think beginner level students already recognize, already know? Yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah. So they probably already know the rooms, TV, right, toilet, Wi-Fi, lift. Yes, those words are very close to what we have in our language, right? That is why here is what I did. To save time, I started with, as a lead-in, I asked my students if they live in a house or in a flat. Of course, this is beginner level. They cannot tell you much, but they do share. And after them, I asked them what rooms they have in their house or their flat, just to quickly like elicit what they know and see what gaps they have. We also covered with them what do you usually do in a kitchen, what do you usually do in a bathroom, and so on. And to transition to the vocabulary, yeah, to the objects that we usually use, that we usually have in our homes, I pointed to different objects of the words that they might already know. For example, what is this? Yeah, this is a toilet. And what is this? A window. And this, a TV. And this is how we actually transitioned to the vocabulary. For vocabulary, I chose to put it all together to combine both sets and ask students to match the pictures with the words. Yeah, very simple. It was time consuming actually to find all the pictures, but it was rewarding in the end because I actually could see which words were easy for my students, and which words were difficult. And we worked only on the difficult ones when we did the clarification stage. After that, I basically used the same pictures for controlled practice, and I asked them to describe the rooms that they can see in the pictures. And as freer practice, of course, they had to describe rooms in their own home, house, or flat. The thing is that if you have a stronger group, you can also like vary it. Yeah, you can vary the complexity of the task. For example, I had a mixed ability group here. So for some people, just describing a picture was too easy. And for others, it was like a very difficult task. And for those for whom it was too easy, you could do like a guessing game. For example, one student describes the object in the room, another student guesses the room. Something like that. For weaker students, of course, you have to go through every room and the objects in there one by one. All right. Basically, yeah, this is it. If you have any questions, dig to draw. Yeah, that's a good option. Yeah, excellent. Basically, yeah, you can do, I like doing drills. For example, with beginner levels, they cannot speak a lot, like they cannot make complicated sentences and describe a lot, but they can test each other. For example, you can put them in pairs, and one student can say number 3, and student B says a bath. Then they switch, yeah, number 9, a washing machine. So they can literally drill the words, and then you can correct the pronunciation. So depending on your on the level of your group, or like how many strong and weak students there are, you can vary the complexity, yeah, of it. Have you got any questions about this one? No? Okay, then let's move to the next one, because it's very, very similar to the previous one, but it's the next level. It's elementary, roadmap A2. It's also about home and furniture. And I had the same problem here. Too much material, too little time. I had to cover 2 sets of vocabulary in 45 minutes in half a lesson. Yeah. Can you please look, can you see it well? Can you look at the picture of a house and tell me if you can find something in this house from this list of vocabulary? Like plates, maybe? Maybe something else? This is the main vocabulary that we are supposed to do, and this is extra. Can you see something in the house here from extra vocabulary? Super, exactly. So we see half of the words here, right, already. So what I did, yeah, shelf, towel, sheet, exactly, yeah. What I did, I went to a Canva website and I added this vocabulary. You cannot see it, yeah? I added this vocabulary to the picture. So you can see a sheet, plates, shelf, and so on, and even a bin. This is how I actually combined them together. Then, yeah, after the session, yeah, after you get the follow-up materials and recordings, you can actually use the picture, not to draw it again. If you're working with roadmap A2, you're welcome to use it. It's really nice one, you know, not many extra words here, but they worked very well. And again, students, while matching the words with the pictures, I could actually see which of the words they have troubles with. And then we worked at clarification stage, we only worked with the difficult words, not with like all of them, yeah, pronunciation, meaning, and so on. Only with the ones that students had difficulties with. For controlled practice, they have a very good picture in the book, so you can use that. I came up with one more way to practice, which is tic-tac-toe. Have you ever used this kind of game at your lessons? Yay! Okay, I can see some fans of games. Very good. Basically, this is our, I don't know. It was a very popular game in my childhood. One student is a cross, another student is a knot. But to put their cross or knot on a grid, they have to call the picture. So what is this? This is a garden. Okay, I can put my cross here. Yeah, this is a towel. I can put my knot. The aim is to get 3 in a row, and then you win. So this could be used as drilling or as controlled practice, just to help students memorize the vocabulary. Prior practice, again, describing their own rooms, any other ideas would do. But I wouldn't use the exercise from the book here because I combined two vocabularies together. And the controlled practice from the book actually only serves to practice the main vocabulary, not the extra one. Right? Adjectives, irregular verbs. Yeah, irregular verbs work perfectly with tic-tac-toe. So yeah, that's a good one. All right. Questions about the previous one? Okay, probably not. Then we are moving on. The next problem I want to discuss is lack of context. So imagine that this is what you want to start your lesson with. Usually grammar has some context, right? Listening or reading or something that leads to it, yeah? But you used it at the previous lesson, and now you only have to start with grammar. Can you please drop in the chat? Can you start your lesson with, okay, now grammar time. Let's learn some articles. Is it a good way to start a lesson? Not really, yeah. So yeah, we need to set the context, right? In this very, yeah, definitely not. Thank you for your support, guys. In this very lesson, this is actually the second part of our lesson over here. So knowing that last time we studied home vocabulary, I decided to go with some small revision of that. Okay. Sorry. Somehow I cannot. Okay. Nope. This is interesting. All right, let me fix it. Nope, doesn't want to fix it. Still no. Okay, guys, I'm very sorry for that. Oh, yeah, finally. Good. So, I prepared different pictures with the gaps. As you can see, the topic here is articles. And this is the time when students meet first and second time mentioned, articles with singular and plural forms. That is why I prepared some pictures with the gaps for vocabulary, but the sentences already have the topic, the grammar topic that we are going to work on. And after they complete the gaps with the vocabulary words, if you again have a stronger class, you can ask them to discuss, to compare their own house with the pictures, with the one in the pictures. But after that, I use the same sentences to elicit grammar. So I ask them, okay, could you please find a singular noun here? And they're like, okay, wardrobe is a singular noun. Okay, what article is used here? Article A. Can you find a plural noun? Bedrooms. Super. Do we have an article before bedrooms? No. Something like that. Again, this is elementary level, so you cannot really use some difficult language for that. It has to be maximum simple and understandable for them. So it's like a good idea to work with the words from the previous lessons that they have learned. They already know the vocabulary and they can handle grammar. Questions about this one? The topic is not about articles, but about singular plural. Nope. It's about articles because we teach them how to use, like that we use an article before the adjective and the noun, and first and second time mentioned. For example, like there is a big garden, the garden is great for summer parties. So it is about articles, but at elementary level. Before they studied singular and plural nouns, so that's why they are included. Why not to omit articles in the sentences? Because that would be yep, sorry, I was reading your comments. There are two sentences in the tasks, but then we pay attention to the second sentence and the article there. Exactly. If I omit articles, it means that I don't give them context, I give them grammar task at once. And this is not my aim. I wanted to first have them warm up and recall the vocabulary from the previous lesson, but then the sentences that I use, they become the sentences to help elicit grammar from. Oh, thank you very much. Right, very good. Let's keep moving. You're welcome. Another one, another reason, another problem is when material doesn't fit your lesson aims. This is again a beginner level roadmap A1. I will make the material a bit bigger so you can see it. This is a vocabulary lesson, and again, I had only 45 minutes to teach it. I will ask you to look at the tasks leading to the vocabulary. Vocabulary is actually over here. This is vocabulary presentation. And tell me, how much time do you think I would probably spend on this part before vocabulary presentation? Approximately. If I start with leading, 3 minutes. Beginner, A1. 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Okay. Well, if we do everything open class, we could squeeze it in 10 minutes. Yeah. So I would say that it's probably up to 20, 30. If I do it open class, all of it, yeah, like matching photos, listening and repeating, doing the calendar thing, and then completing the sentences, maybe 15, but I would say even closer to 30 if we include some pair work and so on. So the point is that this task is very good for use of English because they have to read, analyze, rephrase, complete the sentences. I mean, for students, it's a very good practice, but I figured that from this task, I only need to show prepositions of time to my students. So basically, we will work only with the sentences here. And this is it. So why go through all this trouble just to get to prepositions? I didn't have that much time. For this part, I only had 45 minutes. The lesson is 90 minutes long. After that, we also had grammar part. So one more thing. If you look at this task, what do you think about this word? Is it a necessary word for beginners? Exactly. So not relevant at all, right? They know 2 weeks. Why not to use 2 weeks? Yeah. That is why what I did here. Yeah, thank you very much for your responses. If you noticed, this is unit 10C. This is the last unit in the book. And this is the last lesson before the revision. So before that, I was actually going through some future plans with my students, and we discussed when we have a test, when we're going to do our revision, how long is the holiday, and so on. So what I did is, yeah, I skipped all that. And I prepared some sentences for my students to discuss if they are true or false. The mistakes, the sentences have mistakes, but the mistakes are factual about when we are going to do things with them. Yeah, when is our course end, when is our final test, and so on. And after I basically started with this. Because the next lesson would be our revision, then final test, and so on. And they discussed it, they guessed the facts, they corrected the sentences, and after we elicited the correct answers, I highlighted prepositions of time, and I elicited which of them do we use with month, season, year, day, date, period of time, and if we use in with the word next. This is it. How much time do you think it took me? Any ideas? Correct the mistakes? Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, it was 10 minutes. 10 minutes. I mean, 10 minutes, the error correction plus check-in, and then I went straight to vocabulary presentation. Do you think it was time saving? Thank you. Okay. And do you think this task was more relevant for my students than the one with the fortnight and a calendar of some guy they don't know? More relevant, yeah, and they found out some new information. So basically, yeah, it was. Do you have any questions about this one? It embarrassed you too. Yeah, that's why, like, it's totally out of the lesson aim. It's a good task, but not connected with any lesson aims here, unfortunately. All right. If there are no more questions, we are moving closer to the end, and this one is a quick one. Since we started talking about not relevant materials, this is again A2 level, elementary, and this is the lesson where we study countries and nationalities. I will ask you to look at the freer practice task and drop an idea in the chat. What is wrong with that? Since we're talking about not relevant, not suitable for something, maybe? Exactly. They might not know the facts. It's important to know your group and your group's interests. So if I have people who are not interested in celebrities of their life, would I include Benedict Cumberbatch and Donald Trump in this task? Do you think it will be okay to speak about them? Probably not, yeah? So yeah, what they might not like Trump, that's, yeah. That's also true. They can have different political views and fight over them. Yeah. This is what I did. I advise here to stick with general knowledge facts, and I just prepared some pictures for the students, and I typed their names, the names of things that are associated with different countries. In pairs, one student describes one of the things, one of the pictures, using the constructions that we've learned. It's from Turkey, it's Turkish. Another student guesses the picture. It's important to have their names because at elementary level, they don't really know all the names. And it's okay if they make mistakes. It's all right if they make mistakes in the names. You only are interested in this part, that they get it right, that they use from with the country, and they don't use from with nationality. Okay. Leprechaun, okay, yeah, maybe. Thank you. You mean the spelling? Yes, the spelling is different. See, oh, yeah, thank you very much. Okay, yeah, thanks. That's a good point. Let's change it. Yeah. Right. So this way they basically practice the constructions, and they don't need to know anything special to practice it. They basically, it's a general knowledge thing. And the last one, Yulia, I'm sorry, I'm trying to be on time. The last one, the bonus I promised to you, that sometimes lack of context can, how to say, it can be very, very often, it often can be a problem, especially when we need to teach something that is not in the course book. And the same thing happened to me in Speak Out. This is the 3rd edition. This is the new book. At the lesson, this is B1 plus level, so it's intermediate. At the previous lesson, we covered different words like unless, even if, and in case of in conditionals, but we didn't touch the conditionals. And the next lesson I had to teach, I had to review the conditional structures with the students and teach them second conditional. So here is what I did. I used the speaking part, but this is not the point. You can actually create any questions using ChatGPT. They just have to be connected with the lesson topic, and they need to have the structure that you're going to use. And students discuss the questions. So here they compared their ideas, and you can see that some of the ideas are in the form of conditional sentences. I stop working even if, and so on. Before the lesson, I also prepare a template for myself with the sentences that I'm going to use later to elicit new grammar. And while students are discussing the questions or are discussing ideas, comparing ideas, whatever, I monitor them, I listen to them closely, and I complete the templates with their ideas. When they come back from the discussion, we do the feedback stage, and then I ask them to look at the ideas and guess who said, whose ideas they were, yeah, whose ideas from the class. They guess, and then again, I use the same sentences to elicit conditional structures, because this is 0 first, and so on. So I highlight the verbs, we discuss how many parts it has, and so on. Basically, yes, this is it. You can use it with any grammar topic. If you lack the context, if you don't have this material in the book, just create the questions with the same, with the context that you need and the grammar structure you need, and write down students' ideas while they are discussing. It's okay if they don't say exactly this. The main idea is to catch their idea and to use it to elicit the grammar part. I'm done. Yeah, if you have any questions.
Yeah, thank you very much, Yulia, for your part of the session, which is on making use of the course books. Thank you for sharing your techniques and your tips with teachers. I think we will leave some time at the end of this session, and the 3 speakers will be able to answer your questions, right, guys? So you can type them in the chat box. But I can see that someone is already waiting, and he is very worried because he's the only gentleman in this company for today. We are going to talk about revision activities this time. Revision is a crucial part of the learning process, as you know, and grammar recycling and vocabulary recirculation are the key components of effective revision, yeah, because that's what we usually revise with our students. So the challenge for the teacher is to organize activities which will not only help students improve their English, but also create the positive and dynamic atmosphere for the rest of the lesson. So in this session, we will be taking a look at several revision activities which are applicable both in offline and online classes. Yeah, most of the teachers in Ukraine, unfortunately, have to teach online, but there are teachers who teach offline, and we will also be analyzing the way these activities can be carried out and what is so special about them and what issues might come up as you proceed. So join our next speaker, a teacher of English, of general English, business English, and young learners at Great Education Center, Bohdan Orel, and make your lessons more fun. Hello, Bohdan.
Hi, Julia. Thanks for this great introduction. Hi, guys. I'm really excited to see all of you. I can't even begin to fathom how many people we have watching us right now. So can you maybe just to check, can you send reactions on Zoom just to see how active you are? I hope you know how to do that. Yay, all right. I'm gonna send one more too. Okay, so let's begin, shall we? Okay, so basically in this session, we're going to talk about, revision, this very aspect, and I'm going to share some ideas on how to organize these activities and these tasks in a more fun way, engaging and dynamic, because it doesn't always have to be like just, coursebook activities. We'll see. Before we talk about these ideas, I want to check some of your assumptions about the revision activities. So I will be having some statements on the slide, and I will need you to react to them. If you agree, okay, I see people are active. If you agree, send the plus in our Zoom chat, okay? Wait. If you disagree, or you think it's false, then you might add some, just 2-3 words to justify your answers, okay? Why you think it's false. So hold your horses. False because, right? Well, I only see Fs. It depends. Okay. Yeah, it's important, sure. Okay. So before I reveal my answer, I want to ask you a question. So have you ever had a situation when you taught your students some lexical units or let's say a grammar structure, and then after like 2-3 lessons, they don't really remember anything about it? Let's see. Any reactions? Okay. Yeah, well, I had to, like long in the past. And I was like wondering, what's the problem? So the problem is basically the absence of revision, right? And when we talk about it, okay, we might want to do revision. Why? Because it's some sort of bridge between your previous lesson and the following lessons, what you've taught them before and something that you're going to do in the future, right? Here, we're basically focusing on these two main components or aspects, grammar recycling and vocabulary recirculation. Why are they important? Basically, both of them mean that you use what you've taught them before, your students, you use this material in your further lessons, right? So you include them in your tasks for accuracy, fluency, whatever. Because otherwise it is challenging for our students to use them actively, right? And, in such a way, they're going to notice it and start using it, and this material will move from their passive memory to active use. All right? Well, yeah, basically it's definitely obviously false, right? Okay, what do you think about the second one? Let's see. Okay, your answers, guys, come on. Mm-hmm. All right, so here we have different answers, yeah? Okay. Someone says like, no way, all right? Okay. Well, here is my answer. Depends. Like plus minus, it depends. So what does it depend on? Basically, it depends on the age and level. We know that the lower the level, the more revision they basically need. And consequently, the higher the level, the less time you need to allocate for revision. And of course, if we talk about age group, right, kids need constant revision, of course. But let's not forget about the golden rule, right? Practice makes perfect. Because when we, encourage our students to notice this target language, I mean, words and grammar structures in the context, and when we encourage them to use it actively, then this is, the way how they will remember and acquire these words. So definitely depends. But I mean, at the end of the day, it's up to you, right? How often, how frequently conduct the revision activities. I do it a lot. I love revision, but it depends. Okay, what do you think about the third one? Okay, right. Okay, this one is, yeah, is obvious. All right, so of course you are not going to waste, half your lesson on the revision activities unless this is the test preparation or some sort of like lesson like this, where you dedicate most of your time for revision. Otherwise, how on earth are you going to teach everything you planned, right, beforehand, if you spend half of your lesson on revision? So basically, this one is definitely false. All right. Look, how long the revision activities are basically depends on how long your lesson is. Is it a 60-minute lesson? Is it a 90-minute lesson? Is it an intensive lesson? That depends. But it's a small part, right? And here we're focusing on two main things. The revision activities should be time efficient and well thought out. What do I mean by that? Well, first, you have to think in advance. You have to think about the procedure, right? Especially if it's a complex task, revision activity, which has more than 2 stages, right? So the second thing, you have to think about the instructions and the ICQs. By ICQs, I mean the instruction checking questions, right? Which can help you like see if they understood your task. It's a really great idea to script all of these things like beforehand, so that you don't have this like necessity to come up with them right on the spot. Trust me, sometimes it can be disastrous, taken from the personal experience. Yeah, so how long your revision activity is, it depends on your lesson and the student's needs. But ideally, yeah, they should be time efficient and well thought out. Okay, you guys are really great at this. So let's have a look at the last one, yeah? What do you think about this one? All right, yeah, okay. Right, well, there is nothing wrong with using the coursebook exercises and activities, right? But, at this point of like presentation, you guys must have understood that I'm a big fan of revision. So I do it a lot. And that means that my students sometimes get bored with these typical activities. That means I have to break the routine to organize my revision activities in a better way, make it more fun, engaging, and dynamic. Here's the answer. Plus, if you don't just use the coursebook activities and you start using your creative ideas and implement them at your lessons, that's a nice example of like thinking outside the box, yeah? All right. Well, here I want to make a short break for myself, okay? And before we move on to my suggestions, I want you guys to use the Zoom chat box, all right? And in the Zoom chat box, can you please send maybe like 1, 2, 3, 2 is enough, activities that you guys use for revision, not just coursebook activities, but something extra. Let's see what we're working with. Okay. Yeah, tic-tac-toe is excellent. Oh, yeah, okay, I see one of my ideas. Okay. Uh-huh. Well, specify if you say games, what kind of games? There are many. Uh-huh. Hangman, yes. Okay. I love the competition idea, right? Uh-huh. Games, bamboozle, bingo. Yeah. Wow, those are nice ideas. You guys are great. Okay. Nice. So, look, right now, I'm going to introduce some of the activities, actually 3 of them. They are applicable both for adults and for kids. And in terms of like conducting them online or offline, well, it depends. There can be some adjustments, of course. We are teachers, we need to be flexible. Let's have a look at the first one. All right, some of you mentioned this one. Okay, that's a great one. So what do you need to do in this game? Can you just like briefly describe it in the Zoom chat box? What do you need to do with this game? All right, yes, describe and guess words, explain the words. Yes, you're absolutely right. I mean, for those who are maybe not familiar with this game, we will go and see how it functions, all right? So let's see. So it all begins with the teacher, yeah, forming mini groups, pairs, teams, and these students are going to work together. Then, all right, so the teacher gives out a set of cards with the target vocabulary, all right? It can be any words, any phrases, expressions that you've taught them like before, okay? Now is the time for revision. So you are absolutely right. They're going to use these words and take turns to explain them to each other and guess. Now, the main requirement here is something you have to be careful about, all right? And you have to monitor it before they begin to play, is that they mustn't use the words from the cards. They cannot say them, all right? Or even with the higher levels, you can make it a bit more difficult and you can say, it's actually obligatory, right? You can say, so you guys cannot use the words with the same root. So for example, if they need to explain comfortable, they cannot say comfort, right? They have the same root. So with the lower levels, it's a good idea to give them some tools, right? Which they can use to play this game. So you can probably display some phrases or write them on the board like, it's a thing which, or it's a place where, or it's a person who, you know, just to like help them a bit, just a smidge. Or you can just, you know, allow them to be creative and explain it in like any possible way. It gets creative all the time. With the fast finishes, yeah, we have to consider fast finishes. Teacher can use an extension to this task. So what you can do here, you can ask the students to use the target vocabulary from their cards to maybe make some personalized sentences together or individually, or even make like operate and make a story, make up a story, Kremen story, like many different kinds. All right. But the main thing here to remember is that they work together, student with students, okay? We will come back to this part. All right, so this was the first one. Now, before we move on, I've got some questions. Please use the Zoom chat box again, all right? So have you personally ever played Alias? Just with your friends, with your family? Uh-huh, well done. All right. Have you conducted Alias with your students at your lessons? All right, I see. Yes, 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 sure thing. Yeah, great. All right. Okay, one more question. Can we modify this task and maybe use some variations of areas? If you have any idea, please use the chat box. Waiting for your answers. Oh, yes. Great. Yeah, this one is good. Yeah, Right. So the first idea that I had in mind was a taboo game. This one works better for higher levels, but you can also try it with like, lower levels. I tried once, it went well. So with the taboo game, the students have cards with only one target word, which they have to explain. And below, they have some like related words, which they cannot use. They are taboo, all right? So imagine you need to explain a dinosaur and, dinosaur. And you cannot say like reptile, asteroids, like prehistoric time, something. Taboo. So the students have to come up with a more creative way how to explain those words, right? Taboo, only synonyms or antonyms. Yeah, okay, it's possible. Another possible option, which I also noticed in the chat, is half crosswords. It's a great option. So students work in pairs and they both get the same crossword, but one student A has one half, and student B has the other half. So they basically have to cooperate and complete the crossword by explaining those words, right? In this way, we also give them a communicative purpose. They have to listen to each other and they have to guess, all right? It's also possible. All right. So this was the first one. It's going great, right? Let's move on. All right then. So the second one is team challenges. I love team challenges. They are absolutely great. I mean, why? Because first of all, team challenges boost the spirit of like competition, right? And it adds gamification element, gamification like moments. So it works perfectly both for young learners and for adults. Don't think that adults don't like gamification elements. It's great. So with the team challenges, it depends. You can organize any kind of activity. I'm going to share one that I came up with. I call this a game show. So it all begins with the teacher thinking about like a specific number of rounds, okay, for the activity. And then the teacher needs to prepare a set of tasks for each round. They can be absolutely different tasks. It can be like word-to-word match, word-picture match, gap fill, multiple choice, unscrambling, whatever comes to mind, all right? Then at the lesson, all right, so you basically need to divide your group or the class into like mini groups, teams, whatever. If you have enough time, if you're not in a rush, you can ask them to come up with their own names. That's like the element of creativity and personalization. But if I usually don't have time, all right? So I just basically use the names of the great houses from Hogwarts, like from Harry Potter. They love it, like this rivalry between Gryffindor and Slytherin works perfect. So yeah, and then the most interesting part begins. A second. For each of these rounds, each team needs to choose one student who will represent this team for this round, okay? Then the chosen students complete the tasks individually, separately. At the same time, teams can work together, right? I mean, people within the teams can work together and do the same task. Why? Because once per round, chosen students can, consult with them, can ask for some help. But you have to be careful. This help should be limited, all right? Maybe one word, maybe one gap, monitor this one, all right? Then, at the end of each round, the teacher and the students, they check the answers, but only of the chosen students, okay? Because they are the representatives of the team. We can do it in open class. So for each correct answer, you can, not you, but the students can get points, all right? And then these points are displayed on the board. At the end of like all the rounds of this activity, the team that, has the highest number of points wins the activity. And it's really a good idea to, you know, like award them some kind of prize, real prize. I mean, yeah, not like something imaginary. Because in this way, they will be more motivated. And, you know, like when you have this activity next time, they will be more motivated to be more active, right? I have a question. So this kind of activity is rather complex, right? And it's time consuming. Do you think it's a good idea to conduct it at your regular lessons, or maybe when you have test preparation or something like this? Yeah, at the end of semester, right? Test prep. Additional point to the test result. Okay. Yeah. So taking into account that it's rather time consuming, it's better I use this activity when we prepare for the test, end of the course test, media test, something like this. Yeah, or at the end of the unit. Well, possibly, but it depends because you need to have, you know, like a separate lesson for a revision. Okay. Right. This was the second one. Let's see one more. Ta-da! So I noticed this one, some people used it in the chat. Well done. So it's personally one of my favorites. I have a question, guys. Have you ever taken part in an auction? No, no, no. I'm waiting for a yes. Oh, yes. All right. That's cool. Okay. So my next question, what do you need to do in an auction? What's the purpose of this, like, gathering? Oh, are you sure? Collect money or something else? Yeah. All right. Only in this case, those items that you guys mentioned in the Zoom chat box, they are sentences. Yeah, I saw some of the answers, right? And the students are going to make bets to get those sentences. Let's see, have a look in detail. So again, it all begins with the teacher pairing them up, right? Or making mini groups or mini teams. Have you noticed the pattern, right? It's always student, right? Together. We need to make our revision activities more student-centered, right? We need to allow student-student interaction. Okay. And then the teacher gives out, just a second. The teacher gives out an imaginary $1,000 to every team. The sum can vary. I mean, it's up to you, right? But this is the money they're going to use to make bets. Absolutely right. And this is the money they're going to spend. So what happens next? The teacher reads the sentences aloud. This is the mixture, a combination of correct sentences, incorrect sentences. But what do they all have in common? They can contain the target language, all right, that you've taught them before. Can be grammar, can be vocabulary, can be maybe even functional language if you are, you know, like creative and you find a way. But these sentences should, you know, they should be chaotic, so they cannot predict which comes next. All right? And then they need to work well. They need to communicate well in a team, and they have to decide whether the sentence is correct or incorrect. Okay? So this is what one more perk. They develop this like group communication as a skill. And then they make bets. If they believe that the sentence is correct, they can make a bet like, oh yeah, we give $100. If several teams think that this sentence is correct, they can fight. Not physically, all right, but they can raise their bets. So each next bet is another $100, all right? So it's like 2, 3. And when we have the highest like bid or something, right? And no one objects, then the teacher reveals the answer. All right, if the sentence is correct, then this group gets it. All right, I mean the group with the highest bet. But if the sentence is incorrect, then unfortunately they lose their money. And let me tell you, this is like the saddest part when they are like 100 positive that the sentence is correct. They're like, yeah, come on, like this is, we're absolutely sure. And then you have to tell them like, sorry guys, this is incorrect. But it's a part of the game, so you have to be prepared. All right, and of course, at the end of this game, right, the team with the highest number of sentences wins another prize. And again, it's a good idea to maybe encourage them with something. It could be a piece of chocolate or whatever you come up with, right? Just for them to be, to be more active next time and to get involved and to be more active. Let me have a look at the sentence. Can they bet one correct sentences? Like I bet one and it's correct. Yeah, of course. The thing is that they don't know, right? If the sentence is correct or incorrect. Only when we have the highest bet, then the teacher reveals the answer. And this is the point of the game. Yeah, it's all about like intrigue and anticipation and everything. All right. So, right, basically, these are the three activities that I wanted to share with you guys. Of course, you can use many different modifications and variations depending on your students' needs and on the group level and on the age group. It depends. But these are just some ideas that I encourage you to use in the future because, our students deserve fun from time to time, not just like some coursebook activities. There is nothing wrong with them, but why not make it more fun? We as teachers, we have to be flexible and we have to find other ways to, like make our lessons more dynamic and engaging. All right then. So I guess that's all with my part. Thank you so much for being active and participating. You guys are great. So I'm gonna give the floor to Yulia right now.
Yeah, thank you very much, Bohdan. I hope you can stay by the end of the conferences. So maybe we will come up with more questions about the activities that you've told us. Thank you for this wonderful, and what's the main thing is they are really practical things. Also, I want to congratulate Bohdan on his debut because it's the first time he is the speaker at such conference. And I'm really proud of Bohdan because in a very short time, he grew up from the attendee of our conferences to great teacher and now teacher trainer. And I know you did a very important course recently. So yeah, fingers crossed. The results that you are expecting are excellent. I believe in this. Thank you very much, and thank you
so much,
guys for being interactive. And now, I would like to actually invite the person who has been waiting all this time, and she is really very, very patient because she had to wait for the longest today. And this is Maryam Kiazymova, and she is the General English, Business English, and Teenager Teacher of English at Great Education Center. And she will share her personal approach to lessons. Happy teacher, happy students. That's what she says. So, a lot of us and our students, they are most probably sometimes tired of books, and they feel detached from reality sometimes. Yeah, because not everyone can afford like new books, and they are usually outdated. So we might often wonder how much more interesting our lessons would become if we put a bit of personality into the activities that we do in the class. So there is nothing more exciting for students than a teacher who shows their real self and shares their passions with them. So how do you put the you into your practice activities and make your students benefit from it? Let Maryam share her experience with you. Hello, Maryam.
Hi, everyone. It's so nice to see you all. Thank you for waiting for me. Yay!
Yeah, cool.
I'm really excited about this session because it's the topic that I'm really passionate about. And actually, if you talk to my students, I think they are pretty much sick of me talking about this all the time, but they still love it. So what I wanted to ask you is, well, the topic of the presentation, well, the main slide says happy teacher, happy student. Let me ask you a couple of questions. When you teach, I know these questions might be a bit weird, but bear with me, please. When you teach, are you happy all the time? Are you always in a good mood? Type your answer into our chat. Well, I expected this answer. My answer is pretty much the same, but I have another question. Well, obviously we make ourselves excited and happy for our students, but that's not the main point in here. Are you always interested personally in all the topics that you present for your students? Not always, not all of them. My best for it. Could be hard in our reality these days, Lubov. I absolutely agree with you. Okay, trying is the most popular answer here. And yes, I completely agree with that. I also try to, but there are these topics that you just don't click with, you know? But there is a way to make them interesting for yourself and in turn to make them interesting for your students. Because if you're passive about the topic, the students will feel it and they will be passive about the topic as well. So how to not sound disinterested during the lessons? Now, I would like to start with talking about social media. Social media nowadays is probably one of the greatest tools to use to plan your lessons and during your lessons. Could you please tell me if you personally use social media in any way in your lessons or when you're preparing for them? Type your answer into our chat. Okay, current news. Yeah, videos, yeah, sure. YouTube is probably our best friend in this. Okay. I'm going to present, well, not present. I'm sure a lot of people know this social media platform, but my favorite platform for lessons is Pinterest. Have you ever heard of this social media platform before? Okay, I see pluses and yeses mostly, perfect. In case you're not sure what I'm talking about, I'm just gonna quickly show you a little page that I have. Okay, well, this is what it looks like. And well, I looked up courses because it's probably my favorite thing right now. And technically it's just pictures. You know, it's just pictures and nothing else. Okay, good. So that's Pinterest. Let's take a look at the first slide where I present a couple of things, well, a list of things that Pinterest might be good for. Pardon me for a second. Technical trouble. Okay, wonderful. So there we go. I mentioned Pinterest in here, and I also wrote down a little list of things that Pinterest could be good for. Type into our chat, please, the letters that correspond with the statements in here that you think Pinterest is good for. It can be as many letters as you want. It doesn't have to be one. It can be multiple. E, D, all, E, E, F, B, T, E, G, H, D, E, G, H. Okay, perfect. I see B, D, and E in most answers. Great. Okay. Let's look at the results. Congratulations if you chose all. If you chose only a couple, welcome. This is exactly why we are here. I will tell you about the usage of Pinterest, even for the most weird stuff ever. I will only talk about a couple of things, not just Pinterest. So please look forward to the rest of the presentation. So welcome to the colorful world of my lessons. Let's take a look at the first function of Pinterest that I'm obsessed with. I have about 45 boards on Pinterest, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure about the limit of boards and pins that you can have. But I have a bit more than 3,000 pins. I've been using Pinterest for a while. Maybe that's why I have so many pins saved. And a pin is a picture that you find on Pinterest. The benefit is that each board can represent a certain topic from different textbooks. It doesn't matter if it's level A1, A2, C1, C2. If the topic is animals, you can create one board for animals. And you just use the pictures with more simple animals for lower levels, or maybe for young learners, and you use the more advanced animals, if that's what I can say, for higher level students, which is very convenient. Let's say, well, my favorite one here is autumn, right? So I've got 500 pins in there. Crazy. I have even more now because I took the screenshot a long time ago. Let's say it's autumn and you need ideas for backgrounds for your presentation, for the lesson. Where do you turn to? Your autumn board. Let's say you're having a speaking club and you need to prepare for it. And it's about folklore, for example, mythology, right? You go to your Pinterest board about mythology and you show your students a presentation and they guess what mythical creature is in the picture. There are many more uses to this, and let's take a look at the next slide. Pinterest is free, which is probably one of the most important features of any platforms in our time. It's one of the most accessible and multifunctional social media platforms. It's often overlooked because it's often overlooked not just by the public, but by teachers as well, because it's assumed to be silly, because it's just pictures. What useful can come of that? You know, just pictures. We're English teachers, we're serious people. Why would we look at pictures all day long? That's boring. In fact, there are some reasons why Pinterest is a treasure box. Not only can you collect the pins and put them in boards, you can also create your own. So, I recently used my friendship and human relationships board for my communication skills lesson on empathy with my C1 group. So most of the activities that I'm going to be presenting further on from now on until the end of the presentation are going to be for higher levels, B2 to C2 mostly. I showed the students some pictures, photographs of different people, and I asked them to describe the possible relationships between the people in the photos. We use that as a warm-up, which is obviously essential to the lesson. But it slowly flowed into learning new ways, which is the aim of the communication skill, to be empathetic to different people in your life, colleagues, friends, etc. I use this activity both with my adult students and my teenage students. They absolutely loved it, and I think that this lesson is in particular important for teenagers. Moving on, Pinterest. Let's practice this time. One of the Lexis topics present in textbooks of all levels is art. Now, remember the topic of the presentation, happy teacher, happy students, right? So I love talking about art. And when the teacher loves something and shares their enthusiasm with the students come to share the passion unwillingly. Even if they don't like art, they will see this appreciation that comes from you and the fact that you want to share a piece of you with them. And it is always exciting for the students because not only do you get to practice some additional lexes, but you also build rapport with your students, which is one of the most important things when working with groups and individual students. So here is an example of the exercises in a book I used with my C2 students. You can see them on the right-hand side, right here, where you need to match the words or phrases to the paintings and think of at least 2 more to describe each painting. The paintings are very small and I wouldn't say that they're that exciting, so I chose some more. Here are the 3 that I chose for my students. Drop a few ideas into our chat on how I can use these pictures in this lesson or what activity I could organize with this. I'll give you a minute to type that into our chat. Compare the picture. Okay. Yeah. Basic words to describe atmosphere, colors. Perfect. Make a list of vocabulary. Do you mean for each picture, Nathaniel? Yeah. Find similarities. Okay, perfect. This could be a similarity difference type of exercise. Yep. Okay, perfect. Creative writing, Katerina, thank you. I love that idea. Write a story describing pictures and vocabulary. Compare colors, shapes, nice. Describe and make up a story. Wonderful. I love all the creative writing ideas. Okay. Perfect. Ask about how this picture makes them feel. Wonderful. Thank you, Olga, for mentioning this. Then not only will you get to practice the vocabulary connected with art, but you will also get to revise the vocabulary connected with feelings, which is, yeah, kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Perfect. Thank you for your ideas, everyone. Let's move on to the next. Now, we are done with interest. So from now on, I'm going to mention 2 more specific topics. Well, actually, no, 1 more specific topic that I think is very difficult and also very important to learn and practice in class. And it is medical vocabulary. Do we have any medical students or people with professional medical experience amongst our listeners here? Natalie, okay. Okay, perfect. So we have a few people in here who practice medicine. Nice. And as people who practice medicine, you probably know how difficult it is even in your first language. Imagine how difficult it is in your second language, or third or fourth for that matter. And so medical vocabulary is one of the toughest topics for both students and teachers to literally battle through. As teachers, we often run out of ideas on how to create some practice or practice the vocabulary that we are not that interested in. Remember I asked you at the beginning, Are you always interested in the topics that you teach? Well, most of you said no, or not always, at least. Yes. And this is why we need to know how to make the practice of this vocabulary more engaging and less like a boring lecture in a medical university, both for ourselves as teachers and for our students. So here is the exercise presented in one of the C2 books that I use with my students. Now, mind me, no warm-ups, no speaking practice were presented in this unit to accompany the difficult lexis. This is why books for higher levels can sometimes be very challenging for teachers, because we need to know how to adapt the material, since there is literally no practice for us, apart from, of course, controlled practice. So let me show you 2 more examples of controlled practice activities in this unit. This is all medical vocabulary. The vocabulary is difficult: contagious, congenital, chronic, holistic, miraculous, superficial, ongoing, etc., etc. There are many words like this in here. Using these 2 tasks, don't pay attention to the previous one, we don't need it, just these 2. Create an idea for a freer practice exercise with a time limit of approximately 15 minutes. I will give you a minute to think of an idea and type it into our chat. Freer practice exercise with a time limit of approximately 15 minutes. As soon as you're ready, put them into our chat. Logical chains, how these words might be connected. Thank you for the idea, Katerina. This is a very good free practice exercise. Role play person with a problem and friend who gives advice. Dr. Valeria, thank you. That is wonderful. Creating a crossword. Definitions. That would be more of controlled practice, though. We need something more engaging so that they could talk to each other. Describe something using words. Thank you. Flip cards. Okay, so we could even, well, this would be great for offline classes. Giving the set of words, try to diagnose the person, describe the situation, and give recommendations. Okay, wonderful. Thank you for the idea, Olga. Discuss the last time you were at the hospital. Why? Describe symptoms and recovery. Okay, this is nice because not only do students practice the vocabulary, but they also get to complain about hospitals and how busy they are. Make up a story, a dialogue of visit to the doctor. Perfect. Yes, good. Thank you for the idea. Describe symptoms, guess the condition. Great, guess the condition. This might be a bit difficult though, so make sure that your students are familiar with terms for various diseases. You could pre-teach that before you start the exercise. Start with some chronic disease and follow to miraculous recovery. Natalie, thank you. Role play, find patient flyer. Oh, nice. Lisa, thank you. That's very interesting. Play an expert game. The opportunity speaks on this topic, pretending to be an expert. Perfect, Svetlana, thank you. Okay, Now, thank you everyone for your ideas. I really appreciate seeing all of you being so active. Now, I want to share my idea with you as well. There is a small video on the next slide. Well, the video itself is not small, but I will only show you the first minute of the video. So it's not going to take long. And I would like you to try and guess what activity I created for free of practice based on this video. So let's see. This is a video from a medical TV series, New Amsterdam. This is a medical TV series. Let's watch the first minute.
32-year-old woman was strained passenger in MBA. A van hit an embankment. O2 sats in the 80s and dropping. Okay, she may need to be tubed. I'll get an airway box. Casey, draw up accommodating stocks.
You guys.
Okay, let's bag it with 100% O2.
Your class 2 airway?
Incoming! Okay, use a rapid sequence technique. Casey, when you finish, get a 12-lead EKG and a stat portable chest.
You got it.
Now, I was
Restrained
good asleep,
passenger in
and then
MBA.
all of a sudden, boom, glass was flying everywhere and whatnot. God bless, we were just trying to get an early start back home to Alabama.
Okay,
We
ma'am?
were at this church convention.
Ma'am?
Oh, no, excuse me, I am
Ma'am?
not a ma'am. I am a Miss Verdine.
Miss Verdine, well, I'm...
Okay, very chaotic. This is an emergency room, so it might be difficult to understand what they're saying first because everyone's shouting, but this is why I said that this is for C2 students, not for B1. Be careful here. Maybe C1, yes, but not lower than C1. That's what I would recommend. Type your ideas into our chat. How do you think I used this video to create a free of practice task for medical vocabulary? To guess the ending of the video, okay, for a role play, that's very close. Guess the diagnosis and what happened to them. Yeah, good. Find the medical, you mean find the medical vocabulary in the video and like write down the words, okay. Lip sync, including the chaos of the. I think that more active students would love this. I think this would be a bit more difficult online though. I think offline that would be absolutely amazing. Imagine you're a doctor, make a list of symptoms and the possible diagnosis if you're a patient. Describe your situation. Okay, good, thank you, Oliver. Give a set of sentences to check if they're correct. And this is a bit more of controlled practice. So I was thinking of something more speaking. You know? Half of the students watch the video and then describe to the other half what happened. Anastasia, thank you. That's an exciting idea. It is not what I did, but I think that I might use your idea in the future. Okay, so what I did is in the video, you saw a person being rolled into the emergency room. And when the paramedics deliver the patient into the ER, they tell the emergency room employees some short information about what's wrong with the patient, right? So it is a 25-year-old male, severe concussion, blood pressure, 90/50, etc. And what I did is I made my students, one half was paramedics who found the patient at the scene. The other half were ER employees, emergency room employees. And so the paramedics had to present the patient and their symptoms and what happened to them, and the ER had to suggest the diagnosis and maybe give some ideas for treatment. All of this needed to be done with the list of vocabulary that I gave the students beforehand. So this is practice of this is freer practice, but it's the freer practice of not all medical vocabulary that your students know, but the particular parts in the book from this unit. So my part in here is done. I'm waiting for any questions that you have since we are coming to an end. After Grey's Anatomy, yes, New Amsterdam is an amazing show. I think everyone is tired of Dr. House by now. So we need new ideas. By the way, an amazing medical TV show. I will type it into our chat. It's called The Good Doctor. It is about a surgeon who is autistic, but it is about the journey that he goes through to become a better surgeon, even though he has this condition. It's an amazing TV series. Any questions that you have, you can type them into our chat and I will be happy to answer them. Thank you all. But I can see it all.
Yeah, I guess a lot of movie fans here today. Yeah. Thank you very much, Maryam. First of all, I wanted to say that you are very beautiful today. Yeah, I really love, I haven't seen you for a long time. That's why actually I'm amazed. Yeah, thank you very much for the practical ideas that you shared with the teachers. And thank you, teachers, that you share your ideas in the chat box. That's how it works, actually. We exchange those ideas. And I think that now everyone is happy. We are happy teachers after Maryam's session, and our students will become happier when we come back to our schools. This is not the end of the conference. If you have any questions, actually, we have a couple of minutes and we can answer them right now. So Bohdan, Yulia, and Maryam can answer if you forgot to ask something during their sessions. But please don't go away, because I have some very, very important message for all of you. And we are still waiting for the questions from all our participants. Now I am motivated. Yes, me too, actually. I'm usually energized and inspired by such events, I'm soaking up your energy, you know, for the next year. All right, cool tips. Thanks. Yeah, thank you, everyone. Do we have any questions? Let me remind you that we were discussing course books activities and resources that we can use with our students for revision, and other resources that Maryam was talking about, and for clarification and all the things that we've discussed in the last section. All right, I guess we have no question, but in case you have, you can always write us on emails and on our channels. All right, I have a question to you if you don't have a question, and type your answers in the chat box. Do you love surprises? Okay, sure. Only good. Of course, they are good ones. We never prepare bad surprises. All right. Okay, so then you will be the first people to know that. Can you guess what I will be talking about? Who doesn't like? All right. So Save the date because on the 10th of November, we are holding the offline conference in Kyiv. Yeah, everyone is happy now. Good. It's not on the website right now, but we are working on it. We have very cool speakers, and this will be the unusual format, unusual sessions. This is something that we have never done before. It's going to be on our website in a week and on our social media, but you can save the date now. It's the 10th of November. Please don't plan anything for this day. And arrange everything so that you could get to Kyiv and stay with us for this day. It's going to be our 16th birthday party. If you attended our 15th birthday party, it's going to be cooler, I promise. It's going to be in Kyiv. I will tell you the location a bit later, yes. And we are all looking forward to seeing you there. And now a little bit of useful information. So the recording of today's sessions will be available for you to revisit, and your certificate of participation will serve as the reminder of your commitment to professional growth. It's going to be delivered to you tomorrow. So please don't expect it tonight, okay? Because the recording is very long and it takes time to process the video and to upload it to the website and to deliver it to your personal cabinets. Probably tomorrow noon, you will get it in your boxes. Yeah, it's Sunday, 10th November. Yeah, it's about the conference. And and thank you so much for joining us today at Great Teacher Talks, Teachspiration 2024. And as we wrap up this event, I hope you are leaving with a renewed sense of inspiration and practical ideas that you can take back to your classrooms. And today has been all about sharing, learning, and growing together. And I'm confident that the insights and strategies that we have explored will help you approach the new school year with enthusiasm and confidence. And remember, Teachspiration doesn't end here. We encourage you to stay connected with us and apply what you have learned to make this academic year your best yet. And of course, don't hesitate to reach out if you need further support or have some ideas to share with us. And once again, thank you for being part of this incredible journey. And we're excited to see you, to see how you will inspire your students and colleagues in the coming months. So until next time, stay safe, stay inspired, stay passionate, and keep making a difference. And have a wonderful day, everyone. Bye-bye. We're saying bye-bye to everyone. Yeah, a lot of thank you messages there. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye. All right, I will stop it now.